10, 9.
Nextel presents ESPN Sunday Night Baseball with John Miller and Joe Morgan. Since 1990, baseball's primetime game of the week.
It's been 26 Yankee championships since the Red Sox last won it all. But now, with a new leader and their best start in 56 years, Red Sox Nation is starting to think that this might be the year.
I can't really think of us winning the World Series because I think the city's going to go crazy for at least 2 weeks.
The Sox potent offense is led by newcomer Johnny Damon, a healthy Nomar Garciaparra, and the red-hot Manny Ramirez. But the ultimate fate of the Red Sox rests on the strong right arm of Pedro Martinez. Tonight, Pedro and the Sox face their toughest challenge, the fabulous Ichiro and the Mariners. They've won the first 2 games, and now Manny has gone home with a broken finger. Baseball's 2 winningest teams square off as Pedro tries to get the Sox going again.
We're pretty positive and we're pretty confident in what this team's capable of doing.
If we stay healthy, there's no doubt that we're going to make it to the playoffs.
Tonight from Safeco Field in Seattle, it's James Baldwin on the mound for the Mariners up against Pedro Martinez as the Mariners look for a sweep. Pedro versus Ichiro when we come back.
ESPN Sunday Night Baseball is presented by Nextel. Nextel, how business gets done. And in part by Purolator. Pure oil now, pure oil later. Now, in their 13th season as host of the Sunday Night Game of the Week, John Miller and Joe Morgan.
Mother's Day 2002, and a perfect day for that, and to be outdoors and to be at the ballpark. A great matchup. The top 2 teams in Major League Baseball for winning percentage right now. The hometown Mariners with the roof open at Safeco Field. Temperatures in the 70s. It is a spectacular setting as the Mariners try and sweep the previously red-hot Boston Red Sox. The Red Sox will be lining up this way as we take a look at the Nextel batting order turned in by new manager Grady Little. This is the lineup that will be facing James Baldwin. Ricky Henderson in left field hitting leadoff. When he hits leadoff, Johnny Damon moves to number 2. He's in center. Nomar Garciaparra, he's healthy again, off to a fine start. Brian Daw back to DH, hitting cleanup with Manny Ramirez out of the lineup. Shea Hillenbrand off to a strong start. At third, and Offerman, Nixon, Varitek, and Ray Sanchez rounding out the Red Sox batting order. And hello, everyone. I'm John Miller with Joe Morgan, and welcome to ESPN Sunday Night Baseball. The Mariners getting ready to take the field. The crowd is building up the adrenaline level, and they really get into it here in Seattle. And why not? What a ball club led by Ichiro, and so far he's dominated this series. And Pedro Martinez going tonight. What will he have to do to shut down Ichiro?
Well, I think this is a great matchup. This is what we look forward to. A guy like Ichiro who is hot. The only pitches I've ever seen bother him is a good fastball inside, a changeup, or a curveball in the dirt. Guess what? Pedro Martinez has all of those pitches, plus he knows what he's doing. So I look for him to pound Ichiro in and then go away with some soft stuff. It'll be a great matchup. I'm looking forward to it.
All right, so the fans are on their feet. They're clapping, awaiting the arrival of the Seattle Mariners as we take a look. Now, with Sunday Night Baseball, of course, we have K-Zone, our 3D virtual strike zone. From the 3 different angles, the K-Zone answers the age-old question, where was that pitch? And tonight and every Sunday, you can play along with the ball game by logging on to ESPN.com right now for ESPN's new interactive baseball game. It's a whole new kind of fantasy baseball, and it's live right now at ESPN.com. If the Mariners are taking the field, it's going to be tough to be a hitter, at least in the early going here, with the low-riding sun and a bright hitter's backdrop, so that will be an advantage for Baldwin and for Pedro Martinez. But Baldwin has taken the mound, and Baldwin, who in effect replaces Aaron Seeley, a 15-game winner for the Mariners last year, and he's won 3 out of his first 5 decisions so far.
Well, he's pitched well except for a couple of starts, John. That's why his earned run average is high. But he has done a good job for the Mariners, and they think that they have an excellent starting staff when they added James Baldwin to what was already here. He throws a cutter, a slider, a lot of different off-speed pitches, has a very good changeup. And we'll take a look and see how the Mariners set up defensively behind James Baldwin. They've got a couple of Gold Glove winners in their lineup. Mike Cameron in center field, and Ichiro Suzuki in right field. Both won Gold Gloves this past season. And the Mariners are a very good defensive ball club. I think that's one of the things that separates them overall from some of the other good ball clubs in Major League Baseball. They're excellent defensively. And Ichiro has an excellent arm, very strong arm.
Well, the Red Sox are without Manny Ramirez. All he was doing was leading the league in hitting and being Manny Ramirez. But last night, they waved him home in a scoreless game and nobody out. And he went in with a head-first, hands-first slide. And the hand ran right into the shin guard of Dan Wilson, the Seattle catcher. And he suffered a fractured PIP joint on the index finger of his left hand. And he is back in Boston. He was inspected today for, I guess, medically, you know, call it inspection. He was treated by Dr. Bill Morgan, the Red Sox team doctor, who's also a hand specialist. And they're going to do more tomorrow on that. But it doesn't look good right now, at least for the near-term future for Manny Ramirez. Ricky Henderson taking called strike one as here we go. Baldwin tries a curveball, misses very high with it. 1 ball, 1 strike.
John, the injury to Ramirez is the reason you do not go head first in the home plate. The catcher has shin guards on.
That is a called strike 2. I mean, there's a lot of bad things can happen to you if you go there with the I mean, your hands are extraordinarily vulnerable.
Yes, and your shoulders and everything else, your head, everything, anything can hit the shin guard and cause you a lot of injuries. That's why most people slide feet first.
Ricky Henderson deflected by Baldwin, and the throw by Guillen in time, and Henderson is retired. Ricky, age 43. Came in with a .382 on-base average, still getting an on-base all the time after all these years.
Well, it's a breaking ball away, grounds it up the middle. Baldwin gets a glove on it. Nice play there actually by Guillen, because a lot of times you take off up the middle and you lose your balance. You can't stop that quickly. Good job.
Johnny Damon. The Red Sox went from a team that was strictly one base at a time to a club that's got a lot of excitement at the top of the order now with Damon and occasionally Ricky Henderson. Johnny Damon is hitting .328, a .372 on base average. He's got 10 stolen bases. He's among the leaders in that category. Third in the league at the start of the day. Fastball is a wide one. 2 balls and a strike to Johnny Damon.
John, you were talking about the fact that the sun is, you know, leaving shadows over the home plate. Actually, it's much better than it was last year, because they've put some trees in center field, so that the sunlight doesn't shine directly off the background. The trees block some of the glare, so it is a little better background now in the daylight than it was in the past.
Now Baldwin to Damon, and he fouls that one back to the screen. 2-2. Now James Baldwin in the first inning of games, and keep in mind he hasn't had the benefit of the shadows and whatnot that often, but he has not allowed a run in the first inning of a game yet. And Damon is down. Tight breaking ball. Strike 3.
That's an excellent pitch. That's what we're talking about. The breaking ball that he throws. And this is excellent because it starts. See, it's in the strike zone, then all of a sudden it's out. And that's the one you want to throw, especially when you have 2 strikes on the hitter.
So 2 men are gone, and here is Nomar Garciaparra. Garciaparra, who had the wrist injury that cost him virtually all of last season. He's hitting .310, 4 homers, 28 RBIs, and another tight, hard-breaking ball. That is 0-1.
Right there, John, you got a glimpse of maybe the background's not as good as I think it is, because Garciaparra bailed on that right away, and that's why he couldn't handle it. It was a hanging ball inside. There's another one.
Going back, McLemore makes the catch. 3 up and 3 down. Now Pedro Martinez, who has never lost to the Mariners here or anywhere else, up to face Ichiro. Ichiro getting ready to lead it off here against Pedro Martinez. Pedro, who is 4-0 this year and who has never been beaten by the Seattle Mariners. And here's the next batting order for Seattle. It'll be Ichiro in right field, and Mark McLemore in left field. Ruben Sierra, who's done a great job. He's the DH in the absence of Edgar Martinez. John Olerud at first base. Carlos Guillen off to a fast start at short. Mike Cameron, the 4 homers in a game man in center. Desi Rutherford at third. Ben Davis, the catcher, and Luis Ugueto is at second base. Batting ninth as Brett Boone gets a day off. And Joe, Ichiro, I mean, he has been making things happen in this series. He was on base every time he was up there on Friday night, scored 4 runs, had a base-loaded bunt with 2 down yesterday to drive in a run. The nights before Boston got in, he was instrumental in wins both nights. I mean, the guy's been on a particular tear here of late.
Well, he's raised his batting average. He didn't get off to a particularly good start at the beginning of the season. Now he's raised the average from the low 220s all the way up to 360, and he's threatening to win another batting title. And I think you'll see when as we go into telecast, Lou Piniella, when he talks about him, how happy he is to have him on his ball club. There you see the numbers for Pedro. And his earned run average, he got beat up pretty badly at his first start of the season. That's why he had such a high earned run average.
Yeah. And high only when you're talking about Pedro.
Right. But Pedro's earned run average against the Mariners, 0.89 or 0.089. I mean, unbelievable.
Ichiro back to the screen. 1 ball and 1 strike. He has the lowest earned run average against Seattle of any active pitcher against any other team. By the way, we mentioned Ichiro. In the last 4 games, 10 hits and 5 stolen bases. That's a foul. Bounced off to the left. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
But you can see what I was talking about in the open, how when he pitches him inside, that good fastball inside, he seems to have some problems with. Not necessarily, you know, that he won't make adjustments, but that's the way to pitch him and then try to get him to chase something off speed in the dirt.
Tight. 2-2. All right, so you're looking for something off speed in the dirt in the next one?
I think that's the way to get him out, but Pedro may want to establish the inside this whole first at bat, and that'll open it up next time. No, he's going away with something off speed. No fastball, just go right by him.
And that's something else you were talking about before the game. I mean, Pedro not throwing extremely hard every pitch as we used to see, but all of a sudden right there, 96 miles an hour after being around 90.
And that shows how smart he is. I mean, he doesn't have to have overpowering stuff on every pitch to be a good pitcher. It's supposed to be outside, but it gets in the middle of the plate. But when you throw 96 miles an hour with 2 strikes, a lot of times it doesn't matter where that pitch is. You're not going to handle it. But I think we should watch that throughout the ball game, see how hard he throws before 2 strikes.
And that's a called strike to Mark McLemore. Ichiro had only struck out 11 times this year, 139 official at bats, but he is gone here. Mark McLemore, the veteran, that is too low. McLemore, 274 average, 3 homers, 18 driven in.
But what Martinez did with Suzuki was he fired him up inside. That made him start looking inside and pulling off a little bit. That's why he was able to get away with the location of that 96-mile-an-hour fastball. I look for him to keep pitching him inside the entire ball game. I think it'd be a great matchup.
And McLemore, and again, he's got that exploding fastball going right now.
Well, when he gets it up, and remember, the fastball that's up is always faster than the fastball you get down around the knees.
Shoots that one foul. 1 ball and 2 strikes. You saw Pedro 8-0 with a 0.89 ERA against Seattle. And there are only 2 other active pitchers who've won that many games against one team without ever losing to that team. Randy Johnson is one of the others. He's 10-0 against the Cubs, 8-0 against the Padres. And the other one is Jose Lima, 9-0 against Milwaukee. Change up too low. 2 balls, 2 strikes. To McLemore, Ruben Sierra is on deck. Pedro in this ballpark is 4-0. He's only given up 2 earned runs in 32 innings in this ballpark. And a changeup for the strikeout.
That is just difficult. The guy throwing 96 miles an hour Then he comes back with a changeup at 83 miles an hour. I mean, this is a circle change. The arm speed, the arm delivery, everything is the same as the fastball. And then it just backs up on you. And there's the defense. Garciaparra is back after, missing most of last season. He's healthy. Jason Varitek also back off of this injured list. So they've got a lot of their guys back healthy. Is the reason they're playing so well.
Sierra lifts a high foul out of play. That was another 96-mile-an-hour fastball.
Maybe he's loose now, John. Maybe he just wasn't loose the first couple of pitches of the ball game.
We were given information that he was just occasionally reaching back for that little extra. There's another laser over the outside, and quickly he's ahead of Sierra, 0-2. Sierra moved over here from Texas. He's hitting .342, 4 homers, 21 batted in. Wow, man. He didn't fool around with him. Whap, 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 so long. Pedro strikes out the side. Tira queso duro. Tonight's game and all ESPN Sunday Night Baseball games are broadcast on ESPN Radio and televised in Spanish throughout the United States on ESPN Deportes. For more information, log on to ESPNDeportes.com. There is the Deportes crew. On the left is Roberto Clemente Jr. and then Ernesto Jerez. And on radio, that's Dave Campbell and Dan Schulman. And back to work is James Baldwin throwing a called strike to Brian Daubach. And the count is 0-1. The Red Sox, man, were they sizzling when they got the top. That's a foul back out of play, 0-2. They had a 7-game winning streak. They had just swept the Oakland Athletics in Oakland. And a lot of people, sort of naysayers, saying, well, the Red Sox have a great record because they played all the bad teams. But this is going to be a real test for them, going to Oakland and Seattle on the same trip. Well, they swept Oakland. And then they got here, and as Dan Shaughnessy wrote in the Boston Globe after the Friday ball game, said, Red Sox arrived in Seattle, and it was like, hey, Toto, we're not in Kansas City anymore, or Tampa Bay, for that matter.
I don't think it's that big a difference, but I do, you have to remember how good the Mariners are, especially here in their home ballpark. I mean, their team is built for this ballpark.
And the slider for a called strike 3. So Daubach is gone, and that's the second strikeout for Baldwin, who is retired 4 in a row.
Well, I think the hitters are having trouble picking up the rotation on the breaking ball. Now watch. It starts off the plate outside and just breaks right over the outside corner. Beautiful pitch. But I mean, they're having trouble because they're not recognizing the break, because I noticed that with Garciaparra, he bailed on a pitch that he should have hit hard, and then he did hit the next one hard because it was the same pitch.
Shea Hillenbrand, and he takes a called strike. Hillenbrand, .320 batting average, and he, by all accounts, has really matured as a hitter versus last year, and he admitted he was just a hacker. So sometimes he'd come up for his 3rd or 4th at bat against a pitcher. You only would have seen 3 pitches against him. Just tried to look in a certain zone early, be a little more particular.
Well, he got off to such a great start last year, and then he hit, 240 or something, 220, I guess, down the stretch. So he doesn't want to get off to a great start and then not be consistent. I tell you what, we're seeing 2 guys at the top of the game right now with James Baldwin and Pedro Martinez. Baldwin threw him a couple of breaking balls, kept the ball down. Now he turns a high fastball loose. And I mean, you can't catch up with this pitch. It's up and out of the zone, of course, but with 2 strikes, you do not have a lot of time to decide. That's about shoulder high and no chance for Hillenbrand.
So there have been 8 men come to bat in this game, and 6 of them have struck out. Here is Jose Offerman. And the breaking ball in there for a strike. Now, you mentioned the trees on that hitter's backdrop in center, but Brett Boone was talking about some of the problems on this kind of a setting, as Olerud will handle this one. Baldwin covering, and that ends the inning. A quick, quiet second inning. No score when we come back. Pedro Martinez will show us how to throw his changeup.
If I was a sinker baller, I'd probably get my super changeup like that.
When we say nothing, we mean absolutely nothing whatsoever. The Mariners have not yet put a ball in play against Pedro. As we take a look at the grips he utilizes for his different pitches, Joe.
Well, he has a 4-seam fastball, which is a riding fastball, which is a strikeout fastball. which we've seen most of so far in this ball game.
And that looks like it might have been one of those right there. 0-1. John Olerud, 294 average. 5 homers, 22 batted in. That's out of play. Well, with Pedro, you know he's got all these great pitches. I mean, the fastball, the curveball, the changeup, all that kind of stuff. Just missing on the inside. 1 ball and 2 strikes. But, you know, when we saw him at his best, it seemed like he was able to put each pitch right there. And rarely made mistakes. But he has not had that sharpness early on this year. Well, Olerud is down on strikes. That is 4 hitters and 4 strikeouts. So we asked Pedro to describe how he throws his changeup in our baseball notebook, brought to you now by Nextel, your direct connection with the best players in the game.
You don't want to make a drastic change between the fastball, which is a crossing fastball like that, to a changeup, which is going to be pretty much the same rotation. If I was a sinker baller, I'll probably grip my circle changeup like that, but I'm not. I'm a crossing type of guy, and I would like to see to show the hitters the same rotation, which is same as a fastball.
Carlos Guillen, the hitter, 1 ball and no strikes. Well, a Mariner finally made contact, and that is caught by Garcia Parra at shortstop on number 2.
And, John, that's why his changeup is so effective. It looks the same as his fastball, rotation-wise and arm speed-wise. To have a good changeup, you have to have the same motion, same arm speed. And he has the same arm speed. He shows him the same rotation on the ball, so it's great.
Mike Cameron, a called strike. Well, Cameron, who had the 4 homers in the game, 4 homers in 4 at-bats in a game in Chicago. And that slider's a little bit off the outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. And I asked him if things had changed in his life since then, because he got a lot of notoriety for that. He says, hey, I'm just a guy trying to find his stroke. I mean, I had this incredible night, but I've been trying to keep my feet on the ground and remind myself that was just one night, and I'm just trying to find my stroke. And he says, you know, he hadn't hit that well since then. Oh, that breaking ball snapped in there for a strike. 2-2.
Joe, when you have a special night like he did, it's kind of hard to get that out of your mind and not think of yourself as a power hitter. I mean, it's hard to do.
Just off the outside. We got 9 homers, 20 batted in. We got 4 of those homers in 1 game, and almost got a 5th in that game. This time the Pedro's gone into a deep count, 3-2. And that will go back out of play. But Cameron was not a guy who used to get many deep counts. I mean, he was a hacker. And he says that, you know, you look at his walks right now, 36 games played for the Mariners, and he's walked 26 times. You know, he's on pace to walk over 100 times, which is vastly different than the past for Cameron. And he gets a walk right here.
Well, Pedro not real happy with those 2 calls. He threw 2 fastballs toward the outside corner, and both of them were called balls. And he's not real happy with either one. I guess that's the last one. Yeah, that's ball 4. But the 2-2 pitch he wasn't happy with either.
But that newfound sense of the strike zone for Mike Cameron. I don't think on those same pitches we would have been seeing Cameron walk not so long ago. Here's Desi Relaford now. A switch hitter batting left-handed. Shallow left. Garcia Parra out in the shadows. Ricky Henderson right behind him, and that's the inning. No score heading to the 3rd. Coming up, we'll see who was a better of these 1906 Cubs and the 2001 Mariners.
ESPN Sunday Night Baseball, presented by Nextel, is brought to you by Smooth Bush Beer and Easy Drinking Bush Light, and by Nicoderm CQ, the power to calm, the power to comfort, the power to help you quit.
Joe and I took this video from the Bainbridge Ferry earlier today on our way over.
Beautiful.
What a day in Seattle. Temperatures up into the 70s. Blue skies overhead to get the roof open here. at Safeco Field, although a cloud has gotten in the way of the sun for a moment, and the hitters are grateful for that. They've been praying for that, I think, ever since the game started. Here is Baldwin, a high breaking ball to Trot Nixon. 1 ball and no strikes.
Well, Baldwin has had excellent control of his curveball so far in this ball game, and that's why he's been so successful. Every time he's thrown it, he's been able to throw a strike.
Fastball back to the screen. 1 ball and 1 strike. Trot hitting .291, 4 homers, 12 batted in. Right now, Grady Little, if Manny Ramirez is going to go into disabled list, and it seems almost a sure thing that he will. And that's down and in. I asked Grady if that means Ricky Henderson will play a little bit more, what the story will be. He said, well, some of that will have to do with what player the Red Sox bring up to replace Ramirez on the roster, whether it's an outfielder or not. That's down the left field line and into the seats, foul. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Ricky Henderson had not been too happy, apparently, with his lack of playing time. Ricky would like to be playing a little bit more often.
And John, I have to say that's hard to understand, because I think he had to know coming here that he wasn't going to be starting every day. I mean, you have Johnny Damon. I mean, you have Manny Ramirez. I mean, you have all these players that are, that are playing every day. You had to know that you coming in, you were not going to be the guy starting out there every day. I mean, these guys are everyday players, and I don't think Ricky is at this point in his career. Although he'd like to be, I'm sure, but I mean, who are you going to take out of the lineup?
Well, for the time being, Ramirez is going to be out of the lineup, so maybe Ricky will play a little more often. That's the ground ball into shallow right field. Hugueto just in time.
Nice communication there between the first baseman and the second baseman.
Yeah, Olerud started after it. Hugueto took charge. Tomorrow night on ESPN2, Kurt Schilling and the Arizona Diamondbacks, the world champions of baseball, will take on the Pittsburgh Pirates, the surprising Pirates, at PNC Park in Pittsburgh, 7 Eastern, 4 Pacific. So check it out on ESPN2 tomorrow night. Schilling 7-1 already this year, and 84 strikeouts already to lead the majors. Here's Jason Varitek, and it is 0-1. It looks like Chris Benson will come off the disabled list and make his first start in about 18 months for the Pirates in that game tomorrow night. Pittsburgh has been playing real well at the start of this year, and a winning record going into that game tomorrow night. 0-2 the count to Varitek.
Real wild. I mean, he threw every pitch exactly where he wanted. He got 2 strikes, and Ben Davis behind the plate gave him a high fastball target, and that's where he watched the target. He puts it up there. What does he do? He throws it right up there. Excellent pitching there. You see Ben Davis say, "Attaboy, way to follow instructions. This ball's up, wants it up," and Varitek can't catch up with it.
And it's interesting having K-zone there, because the spot where that pitch was thrown a couple years ago, we all would have been saying that he went up out of the strike zone for it.
And I still would have said it definitely looked like it was high. But you're right. Using K-zone, it was right at the top of the strike zone.
Veteran Ray Sanchez. And he has been an excellent acquisition for the Red Sox. .337 average. Played a solid second base for them. The slider is in the dirt. A check swing. No swing, says Jim Joyce, the first base umpire. 1 ball, 1 strike. 32 pitches thrown by Baldwin now. 26 of them strikes. And the sun has broken through that cloud now. So we got the harsh glare coming off that big scoreboard. Brett Boone said that a lot of the problems for a hitter in this circumstance, with the hitter and the pitcher both in the shadows, is a really bright glare off that scoreboard in center. 3-1 the count. 2 down, nobody on. There's a look from down below. That one is knocked down at third. Rutherford recovers, but too late. Sanchez able to leg it out. He really hammered that one. And Rutherford just got a glove on it, but could not clean it.
And that just tells you the difference between hitting a 3-1 fastball and swinging at a fastball when you're behind an account. He had a 3-1 fastball. He knew it was coming, so he smokes it down the third baseline, and Relaford does a good job of getting the glove on it, but cannot get it across the diamond in time to get Sanchez.
An infield hit for Sanchez. That is the first hit of this game. And leadoff man Ricky Henderson will come up. Well, one thing that Sanchez, or rather Relaford, did do, if he had not gotten the glove on that one at all, it could well have been a double. And Henderson will be swinging, trying to bring a run home right now. No score. We're in the third inning from Safeco Field, Seattle. Ricky Henderson, and that's a ball outside. I mean, Ricky, 43 years old and still in magnificent condition. I mean, sometimes when we're not looking, he's doing a lot of working out. I mean, nobody's in better shape than Ricky Henderson.
I agree with you.
The Major League career leader in runs scored. And when we talk about offense, you know, we talk about on-base percentages and home runs and RBI. The game is about scoring runs. And nobody in the history of the game has scored as many as Ricky. Nobody has stolen as many bases. Nobody has walked. I mean, let's talk on-base percentage. Ricky has walked more than anybody in history. Now, how do you think he scored all those runs?
3,000 hits.
And look at all those walks and all those hits combined. Man, it's over 5,000 times, one way or the other, he's been on base.
And I mean, this is the guy that's, and he's probably been on more than that, John. I'm sure he's been hit a few times in his career.
I'm sure it was unintentional. 1-2 to Ricky. Yeah, he's been hit a few times. But just the walks and the hits together, 5,160. Ricky has been playing since you were a kid.
I don't think we quite go that far with him. He's been playing a long time, but I don't know if we can go that far.
Well, 1979.
I guess I was a kid.
You were still on the big red machine at that time.
Yeah, I was a kid. Right.
You were a kid.
Yeah, I was a kid. Anytime you're playing Major League Baseball, you're still a kid, really.
This is John Miller along with Kid Morgan. Back to the bag is Sanchez at first base. You know, we were talking last week about guys who deserve to be just called by their first names.
Correct.
You said Sammy.
Sammy.
It should be just Sammy.
Yeah.
He's earned it. I mean, the Red Sox, and we'll get Ichiro here with the Mariners. That was your comparison. We're talking Ichiro, known by just his first name. How about Pedro?
Yes.
I mean, Pedro up in New England, nobody ever says anything except Pedro.
True.
Instant recognition.
And I think that's one of the things that, you know, the great players today deserve. I mean, everybody knows who you're talking about. If I say Barry, you know, they're not thinking of Barry Foote, who used to catch for the Montreal Expos. You know, so we know who we're talking about.
Runner going, and the ball is snared by Baldwin. And Henderson is regarded. One hit, one left. Pedro heading back out to the hill. Ichiro coming up third. No score. Mariners nothing. Last of the third inning from Seattle. And Pedro is back in the mound now to face Ben Davis, the Seattle catcher. And back out of play. 1-1. Ben Davis, by the way, who's from Westchester, Pennsylvania, outside of Philadelphia. Says his mom, Cheryl, is watching tonight. Hoping that we can pass on his wishes for a happy Mother's Day to her. Change up too low. 1 ball, 1 strike. Happy Mother's Day to my mom, Winona, watching in Redding, California. Broken back. And Davis is thrown out by Sanchez. 1 away. Lou Piniella talked to my partner, Joe Morgan, before the game about the style of Ichiro. Here's what he said.
Watched him play now for 2 full seasons, and he does things that surprise me, and I know him probably as well as or more than anybody else. And last night he lays down a bunt with two outs off of Oliver. Just a perfect bunt. That's not expected. You'd let him play and stay out of his way. Basically, I mean, they asked me, you know, we give him the green light, and he can pick a pitch and go, and we encourage him to run, as our club does run.
Well, you can see how happy he is to have him on his ball club. He just thinks that, like you said, just put him out there and let him play.
Well, and I mean, he plays with that sort of that joy of somebody who loves what he's doing, and he does things that very few are capable of doing, as Luis Ugueto swings and doesn't get it. Ugueto, 23 years old, from Caracas, Venezuela. He was a Rule 5 draftee from Pittsburgh. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Ichiro on deck. Back into the crowd off to the left. Well, I mean Ichiro, in the first game of this series, hit a ground ball to shortstop. It would have been a routine play with any other runner. But Nomar knew with Ichiro running, he was going to have to hurry the throw, and he made a high throw. He scored an error, but definitely a forced error. Ichiro forces more errors than anybody else. Strike 3. And Ugueto is gone. That's 5 strikeouts. Here comes Ichiro, who was the first strikeout victim. Let's take a look.
Well, I said he'd try to stay inside on him, and here's the first pitch off the plate inside, on the plate inside, another one off the plate inside, this one way off the plate inside. Now he tries to go away, but he gets the middle of the plate, but the one inside that moved him off the plate set up that pitch and allowed him to miss with it and still strike him out.
Ichiro on a changeup. Past Pedro. No more. Not in time. First hit for the Mariners.
Pedro's out there stretching a little bit. I'm not sure if he didn't injure himself a little bit reaching for this ball. I'm a little surprised at the pitch selection. You see him off balance there stretching, trying to get it. And not in time. Ichiro just puts so much pressure, as you said, on the defense when he hits a ball. And he's running. He's already moving toward first base when he swings. But I'm a little surprised he started him off with a changeup, because he hadn't shown him any other pitches this at bat. And when he reached, I could see him standing out there stretching, meaning Pedro, when he reached across his body to try to stab that little ground ball off the bat of Ichiro. And remember, he's coming back from a shoulder injury last year that put him on the shelf for most of the season. Now watch how he reaches across his body to try to get this ball. Right there, you see the position he's in? This is a changeup. Again, I'm just surprised he started him with a changeup. Right there, see that off-balance stretch. And there he is stretching. That's right, it looks like he's hitting his hamstring. Quad, I'm sorry. His right quadricep muscle. These are the injuries that he's had the last couple of years. Shoulder, back, oblique. He's had a lot of problems lately.
Ichiro had been running at every opportunity the last several days. McLemore, the hitter. Beautiful. Back with a changeup, and it's 0-1.
Well, see, if you're Mark McLemore, you know that they know that Ichiro will run. So you say, well, they have to throw something hard, a fastball, you know, and he's sitting on a fastball. What does he do? He throws him a straight changeup on the first pitch.
Ichiro stole 3 bases here Friday night, and he has stolen 5 bases the last 4 games. And another off-speed pitch, 1 ball, 1 strike. Now, Ichiro had an injury on his leg for which he got some stitches in late April.
So that laid into the wall on the right field line.
They tried going for a fly ball. So he never even attempted a steal while he had those stitches in. Now, they didn't want him to. They didn't want to risk tearing loose the stitches. Well, he had to take it out Tuesday. Since the stitches were removed, he's stolen 5 bases. Pedro holding a long while. And another changeup.
And you can see McLemore is sitting on something hard, a fastball, because that's the normal pattern that a hitter pitcher uses and that the catcher wants, because he wants to have a chance to throw Ichiro out. But what does he do? 3 straight changeups. But there's one thing that's happening here. He jumps to the plate more on his changeup, which keeps Ichiro from getting a good jump.
Changeup, a check swing, no swing, says Ron Culpa, the third base umpire.
See, if you're standing there with his fastball, he's kind of a little more casual in his delivery to the plate. But when he throws his changeup, he kind of jumps at the hitter a little bit. And I think that's fooling Ichiro at first base.
took the throw.
Yeah, but Johnny took the throw behind the bag, it seems. I don't know why he was behind the bag. It's still a very close play at second base.
11th steal of the year for Ichiro.
Well, he's got a pretty good jump, not a great jump. Well, he caught the bat on the other side. He reached and tagged him, but you can see he brings his glove behind his foot right there, so he is safe. Nice call there at second base by Jeff Nelson. Well, you can see Nomar kind of questioning the call, but he was safe.
And it's 3-2 to McLemore, so now a base hit to the outfield could mean a run. Henderson at left, Damon in center, Nixon in right. No score in the game, last of the third. McLemore struck out his first time, 3-2 this time. And a fastball, and he walks.
And I'm not so sure that Ichiro's presence on the bases didn't cause him, you know, to miss with a couple of pitches. He was rushing to the plate. But that's what the presence of a good base stealer will do. It changes the pitching patterns. It changes the way a pitcher delivers the ball to the plate because he's always in a rush to get it there.
So here is Ruben Sierra. Struck out his first time. 2 on, 2 out. Change up too low.
Interesting the way Martinez has varied his pattern the second time through the lineup. He threw Ichiro a lot of fastballs and got him out the first time up. This time he starts him off with a changeup. He blew Sierra away with all fastballs, and he starts him up with a changeup.
And you saw Pedro from up here kicking that left leg out. There's a swing and a foul up the first base side.
That was a defensive swing if there ever was one, but with no strikes, you very rarely see a hitter swing at a pitch like that. That ball really sailed in on him. Watch this swing. I mean, the ball just runs in on him. Look at that. I mean, he was more in protection of himself than trying to hit the ball hard. He was trying to get it off him.
Grady Little, the Boston manager. Sierra trying to knock Ichiro home. He's at second. McLemore's at first. Fastball, too low.
And the crowd here in Seattle is just getting a little excited here.
You know, that brings up a point with Ichiro at second now. I wanted to mention it at the time. You were talking about it was odd that he got through him a changeup in the first pitch the second time through. On the other hand, the way Ichiro hit that ball, almost any other hitter in baseball would have been out in that play. I mean, it wasn't like he really hit it.
No, true.
That is a real base hit. Here comes Ichiro. And he will score the first run. McLemore to third. This full cut off. 1-0 Seattle. Ichiro has been in the middle of everything. No exaggeration. That the Mariners have done offensively in this series.
Well, you have to give Ichiro a lot of credit, but I can tell you what, a 2-out base hit is still the most difficult thing to do in the game. To get a 2-out base hit to drive in a run. It's a changeup again. I'm still just shocked at the fact that he's using his changeup this inning unless he doesn't feel well all of a sudden, because he blew Sierra away and now he throws him 3 changeups. Ichiro getting a jump at second with 2 outs. You're going on the swing. Doesn't matter where the ball's hit.
Now John Olerud to try and deliver another 2-out run. 0-1.
Well, that's the first time he's come after a hitter with a runner in scoring position, actually. I mean, the other ones were changeups, and that's a little different than the Pedro that we saw start the ball game. Struck out the first 4 hitters.
0-1 the count. Sierra at first. Check swing. And strike 2. Pedro has now thrown 49 pitches as Olerud chats with Dale Scott, the plate umpire, about that one.
Yeah, that ball definitely wasn't high, and he didn't swing at it, so it must have been a call strike.
This will be Pedro's 22nd pitch of this inning. 2 on, 2 out. There goes Sierra from first base. That's a foul out of play.
And that's Lou Piniella right there trying to change something. If you just let Pedro stand out there and throw, you're not going to score a lot of runs. And Ichiro helped manufacture a run this inning. But if you're not going to put runners in motion and do things, you're going to let him get comfortable out there on the mound, and you're going to be in trouble. So that's what he's trying to do. He's just trying to change things.
Sierra not running. Fastball inside. 1-2 to Olerud, who struck out his first time.
Well, we've seen Pedro pitch most of the left-handed hitters inside when he throws the fastball. And that one was off the plate inside.
Pedro retired the first 2 hitters of the inning. Then Ichiro got his infield hit. And that's when everything began. Curveball. 2-2.
And the one thing that you have to do with John Olerud is throw him strikes. Even when he gets behind an account, he does not chase a lot of pitches out of the strike zone. 0-2, you're still going to have to throw him another strike.
McLemore at third base and Sierra at first base. Offerman on the bag with him. And he struck it out.
Great fastball under the hands again.
6 strikeouts for Pedro, but it is 1-0. Seattle, Damon, and then Garcia Parra coming up.
It's tough to see things clearly these days. The situation in the world, our economy, your investments. But investing is the job at Janus, and Janus is working to spot opportunities, using the approach that's worked long-term, applying lessons from the recent past, investing in companies that show signs they can perform in this economy and into the next. Get there. Janus.
You live a lot of your life between 0 and 55. No one understands that like your State Farm agent. That's why more people insure their cars with us than anyone else. Because we think car insurance should be as much about you as it is about your car.
Using the wrong waterproofer can cost you thousands. Don't be taken for a ride. Demand Thompson's Water Seal. It has the highest level of water protection. Guaranteed. Powerful original. New advanced Thompson's Water Seal.
New Trident White. Smile brighter.
Thank you. Now for my 3 cheese enchiladas. Mozzarella, cheddar, Monterey Jack. Oh, let's take a look. Hey, where are the King's enchiladas? Where are the King's enchiladas?
Oh.
Aha!
Man, busted by the King.
Come back here! Come back here!
I hate live TV.
Ah, the power of cheese. ESPN Sunday Night Baseball presented by Nextel. Mariners 1 and the Red Sox nothing as James Baldwin goes back to work now. The roof is open at Safeco Field. The seats are filled. Every game this weekend has been sold out with the Red Sox in town. Here is Baldwin to Johnny Damon. He's the Red Sox version of Ichiro. And he's been igniting the Red Sox offense early this year. Damon came into the game hitting .328. He struck out his first time. Not quite as harsh a backdrop now. Again, the sun has been partially obscured by a cloud for the moment. See if Damon can take advantage of that. Nomar is on deck. But the Red Sox, they had a whole half a roster of guys in New England are known by just their first name. Pedro, Nomar, Ricky Henderson. Ricky.
Yeah, the Ricky.
Yeah, the Ricky. And that is too low. 3-1 the count to Damon, who's just trying to get something started here for the Red Sox. Damon has 10 steals. And that's a called strike 2. Full count. The Yankees won again today. When this weekend series began, the Red Sox had a 5-game lead over the Yankees. Now it's down to 2.5. Right to Olerud. He's taking himself. And there is one away. Well, Ichiro started the 2-out rally for Seattle with an infield hit. How quickly did he get from the point of contact to first base? We timed it. Take a look at the clock.
That, 3.8 is pretty quick. He does have an edge because he swings and he's on the move. And very few guys I know would swing like that. Willie McGee comes to mind, Ralph Garr, Bake McBride. They were fast like that down the line because they were swinging and moving toward first base. And I mean, that's getting down the line, 3.8.
Nomar. That is too high for ball 1.
I remember they timed Mickey Mantle on a drag bunt, I think, at 3.6, but that's a little different than taking a swing. The drag bunt, you're already on the way to the bag. You're already at the front of the batter's box by the time you make contact. Whereas when you swing, you have to take a full swing and then get yourself started. So, but Ichiro does that very well, of course.
Nomar flied out deep to left his first time. 1 ball, 1 strike. And Rutherford throws out Nomar, hustling up the line. 2 down.
John, I want to take this time to wish my mom, Ollie Morgan, in Oakland, California, a happy Mother's Day. She's at my sister's house having dinner tonight. And also my wife, Teresa. And also all the other Morgan mothers. Wish them all happy Mother's Day. John, I ate so much of this last night, I'm going to leave this to you. I actually had sushi in the hotel last night.
Well, they knew you were such a sushi kind of... Word got out, apparently.
I love it.
And they brought us the Ichiro. That's a base hit for Daubach, who Gato had a dive for it, but it was beyond him. The Red Sox get their second hit against Baldwin. So Daubach singles, and that will bring up Hillenbrand. 1-0, Seattle ahead. Now, we got the Ichiro, Joe, and we were also told that we got the Daimajin roll.
Right.
That's for Sasaki.
Yeah, would you tell them what that means, the translation?
Daimajin, the great giant of a man who saves the people.
Ichiro.
Roll.
Yeah, that's what we had. Well, they actually added some other stuff. We have some abbies, some magura, some salmon.
Magura?
Yeah, that's
you mean maguro?
Yeah, maguro. You're right.
Well, you must be from the southern part of Japan.
Yeah.
Magura.
Yeah.
There's Daimajin. That's the nickname of Kazu Sasaki. Daimajin is sort of a mythic figure in children's literature in Japan, apparently. 1 ball, 1 strike. The Mariners are so pleased with Daimajin, Kazu Sasaki, that they recently, in fact, just this weekend announced that they had signed him to a contract extension, so he'll be here for a while to come yet. And he's just done a fabulous job for Seattle. Before he got here, the bullpen was always the problem for the Mariners. Well, the days when they had Griffey Jr. and A-Rod and Randy Johnson, they slugged and they had the big unit. But many's the game they lost late after getting a lead.
Well, it was also a little more difficult to close out a game in the old ballpark. There's Pat Gillett, the executive vice president and general manager of it.
It's off the glove of Baldwin, but fielded short by Guillen, and Gato gets the put out on Daubach. Hillenbrand hits into a force out. Carlos Guillen and Mike Cameron coming up 1-0 Seattle.
The year's second Grand Slam, the French Open on ESPN and ESPN2. The new BMW 7. A new perspective on driving.
Hey, baby. Get your appetite. We need Arby's new Market Fresh Turkey Ranch and Bacon.
Oh, yeah.
Bread this soft.
Yeah. Well, that's good.
Something sizzling. And those toppings, oh my.
Ooh. I want it.
My husband's the same way about power tools.
I want it!
Arby's new Market Fresh Turkey Ranch and Bacon.
Give in to your grown-up tastes.
The first oil filter ever made back in 1923 wasn't called an oil filter. It was called a Purolator. Today, every car on the road relies on technology pioneered by Purolator. And the same company that invented the oil filter just keeps reinventing it. So that for anyone who cares enough to change their own oil, Purolator continues to mean pure oil then, pure oil now, pure oil later. Now in new pure oil packaging.
Putting your information online shouldn't mean putting it on display. An internet you can trust, listed on NASDAQ. VeriSign, listed on NASDAQ. A NASDAQ 100 company.
ESPN Sunday Night Baseball presented by Nextel. The view from the left field foul pole at Safeco Field, Seattle. Shadows covering the infield and most of left field. The bane of the hitters so far, put to good use by James Baldwin and Pedro. Pedro Martinez back to work now to Carlos Guillen. And that is a strike. Guillen bluffing the bunt. 0-1 the count. Guillen popped out to short his first time. Pedro struck out the first 4 hitters he faced. Guillen was the first to actually make contact for Seattle. Changeup misses, 1 ball and 1 strike. Guillen, who battled tuberculosis last year, and survived, and says, he says it changed his life. He said he was in a hospital in Venezuela with tuberculosis, and he saw people with horrible illnesses, physical problems. He said now, as he is caught on strikes, they say that he's tougher. He's a tougher player. There are things that have happened to him occasionally that would have put him out of the lineup that he's been able to stay in. That was called to strike 3 on the inside. K-Zone didn't agree. Seven strikeouts for Pedro. Guillen says now all the issues about baseball that used to be life and death, he says, hey, it's a game. I play hard, I play to win, and then remember that it's a game. Mike Cameron, 2-0. He walked his first time. Cameron from a town outside of Atlanta called LaGrange, Georgia. LaGrange High School, played football as well as baseball. And a lot of folks from LaGrange where he grew up watching tonight. He still lives in Atlanta himself in the off-season. His mom, his dad, his grandfather, a lot of friends that he grew up with all live in LaGrange. And they love him at LaGrange High School. The football team got into the state finals, and they were going to play on turf for the first time, and Mike was able to arrange 100 pair of turf shoes for the players' first game on turf. And they won, and then they won the state championship the next week. 2-2 the count. And Pedro blows him away. 2 down.
Well, you see Garciaparra hitting from the right side. He gets down the line in 4.2, which is not a big difference. The fact is that Garciaparra is hitting from the right side. It takes him at least a step across the diamond, across the plate, before he's in the same position that Ichiro is in. So I really You know, there's not a big difference in the speed. It may seem like it, but it really is not. And all you're talking about is boom, boom, something like that. One hits the bag and then the other. It's not a big difference.
Relaford fouls one away. There's another look at Ichiro. Strike now to Relaford, who popped out to short his first time. So Nomar, I didn't know Nomar was that quick.
Well, he's quick. I think that's the key. There's a difference between being just fast and being quick. Quick means after 3 or 4 steps you're up to full speed, whereas if you're fast, sometimes it takes you a little longer to get up to full speed.
And the changeup for the second time in the game. Pedro has struck out the side. He has 9 strikeouts for the game. 1-0 Seattle.
Major League Baseball Charities doesn't see things as they are. We see things as they could be. So we turn vacant lots into baseball fields. Help get kids off the streets and onto the diamond. And teach them skills to thrive in life. The way we see it, there's potential everywhere. It's just a matter of how you look at it.
For all your automotive replacement parts, go to your main source for auto parts, Motor Supply Company, your local Big A store. Their ASE certified counter people are there to help you find the right answers to your auto part needs. And be sure to shop Motor Supply Company for their special monthly savings on the big value of the month. And remember that Motor Supply features 2 daily deliveries from their Augusta warehouse to all their stores to ensure you get the parts when you need them. Your main source for auto parts is Motor Supply, with 8 locations throughout Central Maine.
What could be better than saving money on auto service? Having an expert do the job. Quality Care technicians work on Ford cars and trucks day in and day out. Fact is, no one can do it better, and our know-how comes with a great price. Hurry in for Motorcraft Brake Service, just $89.95 or less. Make the smart choice. Quality Care Auto Service. At your New England Ford dealers.
Want to feel appreciated? When you spend time with kids, anytime, it helps prevent crime.
Brian Kenny here in the studio, and just as Manny Ramirez gets hurt, the Yankees start swinging the bats. They've won 6 in a row, back-to-back sweeps with Tampa Bay and Minnesota, Posada, Ventura, Nick Johnson, Derek Jeter, and Jason Giambi. A span of 8 batters, 5 home runs on Minnesota. Joe Torre, only the 17th manager to reach 1,500 wins. Joe, John?
All right, and as we return to Safeco Field, a look at the American League East standings. Boston still atop the division. At the moment by 2.5, though, over the rampaging Yankees. The Orioles, Toronto, and Tampa Bay. The Orioles had been hot there for a while, but Tampa Bay took a couple from them this weekend in St. Petersburg. Now the Red Sox trailing 1-0. In the danger of being swept in this series by the Mariners. And they'll be facing Oakland and the Mariners again this coming week at Fenway Park. In fact, you know, we got players that are known by their first names like Pedro and Nomar. How about Fenway? Get a whole ballpark known by its first name. And that's too low. 2-1 the count. To Jose Offerman, Trot Nixon, and Jason Varitek will follow. That's a high pop-up. One away. By the way, our Peter Pasquarelli just spoke with Dr. Bill Morgan, the Red Sox team doctor. And Dr. Morgan estimates that Manny Ramirez will be out from 4 to 6 weeks. The team will make a roster move in time for their Tuesday ball game at Fenway with the Oakland Athletics. So they're going to be without a major piece of that lineup, a huge centerpiece of that lineup for a month, maybe longer, 4 to 6 weeks without Manny Ramirez is the estimate.
Well, that'll put a lot of pressure on the rest of the offensive lineup for this Boston Red Sox ball club. Some guys are going to have to produce while he's recuperating if they hope to stay in front of the Yankees. The Yankees are starting to swing the bats very well. And we know that the Yankees have the pitching to go along with it. The starting pitching.
Mike Messina got the win today. 2-0 the count to Trot Nixon. And that fastball in at the knees. And it is 2-1. Well, I mean, the main thing the Red Sox were hoping for this year, talking to Nomar Garcia-Parra before the game about this, I mean, he missed virtually all of last year. Pedro missed a major part of the last year. Carl Everett missed a lot of last year and wasn't healthy for a good part that he did play. And Jason Varitek missed more than half the season. I mean, they were losing their biggest stars for all of, most of, or major portions of the season. 2-2.
To be honest with you, John, everyone has to be surprised that the Red Sox have done as well as they have. I mean, they changed managers in the middle of the spring training, and I mean, they've had a lot of tough things to overcome right at the beginning of the season.
Nixon into left center. McLemore. Out number 2. Tomorrow on ESPN at 7 Eastern, 4 Pacific, the Carolina Hurricanes take on Les Canadiens de Montréal in Game 6 of the Eastern Conference semifinals. Montreal trying to stay alive, down 3 games to 2. Then at 10:30 Eastern, 7:30 Pacific, the Colorado Avalanche and the San Jose Sharks in Game 6 of the Western Conference semis. The Sharks lead that series 3 games to 2. ESPN2 and ABC are your exclusive homes for all Stanley Cup playoff action. Here is Jason Varitek. Struck out his first time. And Baldwin throws him a strike.
Baldwin's ball has a lot of movement. His fastball, he's thrown a couple of different fastballs. One is like a two-seamer that's turning over to the left-hand hitters, and the other one is pretty straight.
Down the left field line, that's just fair. McLemore's going to have to go chasing. Varitek into second with a double. He is the first Boston runner to reach second base against Baldwin.
Well, this fastball is more in the middle of the plate. It's moving away from him, but he does a good job of hitting it. You see it move toward the outside part of the plate, but it started in the middle. And Varitek does a good job of just going the other way with it. He didn't try to pull it. And you hit it's about 1.5 feet inside the line.
And now, Ray Sanchez, the 9th place hitter, will try and bring Varitek home with the tying run. Red Sox in need of that 2-out clutch hit. Back to third. Relaford. A high throw that pulls Olerud off the bag. An error on Relaford. And the Red Sox, with Varitek now at third base and Sanchez aboard, are still going.
Well, he dropped his arm a little bit and got under the ball. He didn't get on top. And when you drop your arm, the ball will sail a little bit and tail. Watch where he throws the ball from. He gets in good position here. He feels it cleanly. Now watch where the throw comes from. See that? He's underneath it. And that's why it sailed on it. And we say that a lot of times when a pitcher gets underneath the ball, it sails to home plate. Same thing from the infield. The ball just takes off. He didn't get on top of the ball.
First error of the year committed by Relaford. Now Ricky Henderson trying to deliver the tying run. Runners at first and third, 2 down. Ricky takes a strike. He has grounded out twice. Red Sox have averaged 6 runs per game this year, although in this series they've scored only 3 times. That is a base hit to right field. Ricky has delivered. Varitek scores. The Mariners make a mistake, and the Red Sox make them pay. It is 1-1.
Good job of hitting there by Ricky. He'd thrown him a lot of off-speed pitches his first time up. This time he gets a fastball away, and it's up a little bit. Not a bad pitch. It's just good hitting there by Ricky Henderson as he takes it the other way. Richie's in that crouch, so it does look like it's up, but it's about belt high, and it's away, and he just drills it to right field for a base hit.
Now Johnny Damon. Change up too high. Sanchez at second. Henderson at first. 1-1. So the Red Sox two rally starters are trying to be the RBI men here. Ricky Henderson has delivered with one. Now Damon has done real well in these kinds of situations. Now time taken, and Ben Davis goes out to talk to Baldwin. Or the Red Sox as a team have done well in these kinds of situations. A team batting average of 300 with men in scoring position. Of course, I guess that's not too surprising. That's their team average for the whole year. So the Red Sox leading the American League in team batting average. 6 runs a game. Seattle is also averaging 6 runs a game. Tied for third with 42 home runs in their first 33 games. Johnny Damon is 0 for 2. 2-0. Now, after Damon, you get some guys who actually paid for drive-in runs coming up. Nomar is on deck.
Well, Baldwin has not had to pitch from behind very often tonight.
The outside, 3-0.
And you can see there, 2-0, he tried to make a perfect pitch or get Damon to chase something. He started a fastball toward the middle of the plate, but it dropped toward the outside corner, and Damon took it.
Got the call on that one. 3-1. Yeah, I mean, really, in the first 4 innings until now, if anything, Baldwin had been a little bit sharper than Pedro. In terms of strike 1, strike 2, not throwing many pitches. He's thrown 75 now, 20 in this inning. Strike 2.
Kind of interesting. Damon took a 3-1 fastball the last time up before he grounded out.
So now Sanchez and Henderson will take off with the pitch. So surely Sanchez will score on a base hit to the outfield. There they go. And it is ball 4. So he walks Damon, and now will have to contend with Nomar Garcia-Parra with the bases loaded.
That's the first time in this ball game that Baldwin aimed the ball. He didn't throw that pitch. You could see him like a dart thrower right there, trying to make sure he threw a strike or threw it on the inside part of the plate.
Brian Price, the pitching coach, is going to go out to the mound. And there is Ryan Franklin, who is up in the Seattle bullpen to start throwing. Mike Port is the interim general manager of the Red Sox. And he used to be the general manager of the then California Angels. He was the guy who drafted Mark McLemore in 1982. Show you how long McLemore's been around. Brian Price, who's now the pitching coach on this club, he also drafted Brian Price, but 2 years later. And of course, Price's active career is over. He's a pitching coach. Lou Piniella now. If Lou's having any kind of feeling of deja vu right now with Nomar up there. Nomar has 3 grand slams in his career, and they've all been against Seattle. So he's got the bases loaded right here with 2 down. And breaking for the plate is Sanchez, and he scores the go-ahead run. Henderson to third, Damon to second. 2-1 Boston.
Well, he held on to that pitch a long time. It looked like he was trying to hit the outside corner again. for Davis to get over and try to block it.
Nomar can no longer hit a grand slam. Right center. Way back there goes Ichiro. This one is off the base of the wall at the 385 marker. Henderson has scored, and so has Damon. A long two-run double by Nomar Garcia-Parra, and the Red Sox have scored 4 times in an inning kept alive with the 2-out throwing error by Relaford. 4 unearned runs, and the inning is not over yet.
Well, it's a high fastball up and away to Garcia-Parra, and he just drills it a long way to right center field. And he gets 2 RBIs. Fastball up and away, and he drills it in the gap. Ichiro chasing. Ichiro was playing rather shallow also. Not that he could have caught it, but he was also playing very shallow.
Now Brian Daubach. Baldwin. Right after that error, everything had just come undone for him. He seemingly had the inning over. And Relaford made the high throw. Henderson knocked in a run. To tie the ball game, Damon walked to load the bases. A wild pitch got the 2nd run home, and now a 2-run double by Nomar. And this is what the Red Sox have done a lot of. I mean, their record, you know that they've taken advantage of a lot of mistakes from other teams.
This actually happened to Pedro his last time out in Oakland. He gave up 5 runs, 4 which was unearned, after Hillenbrand made a couple of errors at third base.
Very similar kind of inning. I mean, after that, he got hit hard. But had to throw a lot more pitches in the inning than he should have, by all rights, thrown. And Baldwin is in a similar spot right here. He throws 30-something. Ricky Henderson, he's sending it in there. John Olerud and Baldwin gets the put out. Daubach retired. But the Boston Red Sox score 4 runs for Pedro. He heads back to the hill. He has 9 strikeouts in 4 innings, and he's got a 3-run lead.
Parr reflects on his team and his game in our Sunday conversation, and Chris Berman counts down his top 10 plays of the week. Dan Patrick, John Anderson, Sports Center, after the game on ESPN.
Safeco Field in Seattle, the railroad tracks right outside, behind right field and center field here. Inside, Ben Davis, first ball swinging with a broken bat blue, and a basket catch made by Trot Nixon. The second baseman Sanchez right in front of him, and Davis is gone on 1 pitch.
Well, the sun is still in right field there where Nixon came in on that ball, and he's looking straight up into the sun, but he was able to make the play.
Beautiful setting here at Safeco Field, right near the shores of the Elliott Bay. Spectacular clear day today. Luis Hugueto fouls one back out of play. Today we had the clarity. We could see the Olympic Mountains, snow-covered, Mount Rainier. Beautiful evening, unless you're a hitter. Hugueto struck out his first time. That's a broken bat. And Sanchez waiting for it. So two men are gone. A couple of pop-ups here from Pedro. Now Pedro had thrown 67 pitches in the first 4 innings. So he and the Red Sox would love to see him get a real quick inning.
One of the things that Lou Piniella has always talked about was trying to get Pedro's pitch count up high, because he knows he's going to strike out a lot of hitters, which means he throws a lot of pitches. And that did happen last inning.
Here's Ichiro. That's a called strike. Ichiro with 2 down and nobody on in the 3rd inning. Beat out an infield grounder to shortstop. stole second and then later scored on Ruben Sierra's base hit. Pedro gets this one himself. And in time. A 5-pitch inning for Pedro. Heading to the 6th inning now. Hillenbrand coming up, and Boston is leading 4-1.
ESPN Sunday Night Baseball is presented by Nextel. Nextel, how business gets done.
Heading back to Bainbridge Island on the Washington State Ferry, and off to the right there in the distance, the commanding presence of Mount Rainier. It's always a great day in Seattle when you can see the great mountain standing sentinel. Here is James Baldwin trying to get his game back together. Now, he would have had a shutout inning with only 14 pitches thrown, but then the error kept the inning going. He ended up throwing 15 extra pitches in that 5th inning, and 4 runs ended up scoring. Hillenbrand with a deep fly ball to center. Cameron takes care of it, squinting as he faces the sun. Hillenbrand is gone. He is now 0 for 3.
John, that's why I've said defense is far more important today than it's ever been, because it seems that teams can have really big innings after you make a mistake. You know, in the past, maybe it cost you 1 run here or there, but the last 3 or 4 years, I mean, if you make a mistake sometimes, I mean, it just opens the floodgates, and that we saw that there. We saw it in Oakland with Pedro in his last outing, so it does happen. That's why I think I really like Seattle overall, because they're a very good defensive ball club when they have their full.
Offerman, that sounded like he broke his bat on that one, and he's got a base hit to center field. And coming up on Tuesday, a rare Tuesday afternoon game on ESPN, Sammy Sosa and the Chicago Cubs will take on their longtime rivals, the St. Louis Cardinals. 1 o'clock Eastern, 10 o'clock Pacific from St. Louis. That will be Tuesday, 1 Eastern on ESPN. Tuesday afternoon baseball. Sammy, look at the year he's having so far. Now, if he could just get a few more men on base in front of him, maybe the RBI figure would go along with that home run figure.
Yeah, but he drove in 160 last year. It's interesting. Trot Nixon could not get the donut off of his bat. That's what the delay is all about. He could not get the donut off his bat, so he goes and gets another bat, an entirely different bat.
Now, I've never seen it where the guy could just not get it off entirely.
I mean, watch this. I mean, that red thing around is called a donut, and that helps. That's the weight. So he's trying to knock it off. He can't get it off. So he finally gives up and says, okay, just bring me another bat.
Oh, the heck with it.
I must admit, I don't think I've ever seen that. I mean, I've seen it, guys take a long time to get it off, but that was, they've always succeeded in the past.
Well, it seemed to me that the Red Sox should have people to help him with that.
There they are. They're still trying to get it off. Well, what that tells you is he has a small barrel. He has a small barrel.
Well, I mean, Ricky Henderson is not the guy I'm talking about who should be, they should have brought in to take care of that. There goes the runner. The ball is just foul. Right past Jim Joyce, the first base umpire. Offerman will have to go back to first. Getting back to this theme, though, Joe, about defense and the importance of that. The error by the Mariners that opened the doors there in the 5th inning for the 4 unearned runs was only their 21st error this year, 37 games.
Yeah, that's why, again, I like them because of their defense. They play good defense. And remember, you usually have Cirillo at third and Brett Boone at second base. Boone has won Gold Gloves as a second baseman. And Cirillo tied the all-time record for consecutive errorless games by a third baseman.
Did Tony Cloninger get the job done?
He knew something about hitting. He was a good hitting pitcher.
Tony, who one day at Candlestick Park, when he was with Atlanta, he pitched a real strong game and hit an even better game. He drove in 9 runs against the Giants. There's that. And what happens to that donut? Does he get rid of it?
No, everyone else uses it.
Driven deep into center field. Going back is Cameron. Still going back. It is off the base of the wall. Coming around third, Offerman. He's going to score. Stopping at second with a double is Trot Nixon. And it is 5-1 Red Sox. A long double by Nixon off the center field wall.
One thing I've noticed about the Mariners outfielders is they're playing pretty shallow against some of these hitters. I mean, these guys are pretty strong hitters. There's a slide piece in the middle of the plate. I mean, he drills it. Now watch how shallow Cameron was. Well, you won't get a chance to see there, but he was awfully shallow for a guy like Nixon who can hit the ball out of the ballpark. And I noticed that last time when we talked about how shallow they were for Garcia Power when he hit the ball over Ichiro's head in right field.
Veritek deep into left center field. McLemore on the warning track right near the wall. Catches up to it. Baldwin not fooling anybody right now. Veritek, who doubled his last time and started that 4-run rally, out on a long fly ball this time.
This is a tough thing, you know, when you're Lou Piniella sitting there and Baldwin has pitched so well, and then you know an error got him in trouble and cost him 4 runs. It's hard to just go out and get him, even though it looks like they're hitting the ball awfully hard off of him at this point. Well, they hit it hard after the error, so they're starting to swing the bats much better against him.
Julio Mateo, one of the young Mariner relievers brought up by the minor leagues. They've had injury problems with their pitching staff. Ray Sanchez, the hitter. There's Mateo. He, Justin Kay, and Rafael Soriano all been brought up recently. That ball hit foul off the right field side and back into the second deck. 1 ball and 1 strike to Sanchez, who has had an infield single and reached on the Relaford error in the 5th inning. 5-1, Boston ahead now in the 6th inning. See Baldwin has now thrown 95 pitches. Nixon over at second. Charging. Guillen. And not in time.
Well, I think that Guillen should have let Relaford take that because he's going to get it a step quicker than Guillen did. And that may be all for Baldwin.
So Piniella has got Mateo getting ready in the bullpen. As the call has been made. So Mateo is being brought in. The Boston Red Sox lead the Mariners 5-1. Ricky Henderson coming up.
And Cracker Jacks. I don't care if I ever get back and root for the home team. If they don't win, it's a shame. For it's 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out at the old ball game.
Baseball Tonight, every night at 10 and midnight on ESPN.
More than 1,000 home.
Brian Kenny here in the studio, and the Cardinals against the division-leading Reds down 8-0 after 2, tied it up 8-8, and then J.D. Drew with the gamer. 2-run shot. With the win, the Cards take the series. There's a difference between a 4.5 and a 6.5 game gap in the NL Central. John?
Talk about the Lakers defense now.
Red Sox 5, Mariners 1. We're in the top of the 6th inning, and there is a 24-year-old right-hander, Julio Mateo. Started the year in Double-A at San Antonio, 12 games, a .52 ERA, 17 in the 3rd innings pitched, only 7 hits allowed, and excellent strikeouts to walk ratio. The Young had 2 ball games in AAA with Tacoma. 1 win, 1 save there, no runs allowed. Made his major league debut last Tuesday, the day he was called up from Tacoma by the Mariners. Gave up no runs and 1 hit. So he inherits 2 base runners here in relief of Baldwin. Ricky Henderson, the man he faces. And there's ball 1. Ricky Henderson made his debut before Mateo had his 2nd birthday. Ricky debuted with Oakland in 1979. Mateo was born in 1977 in August. In fact, I mean, around 23 years ago, if you'd been at an Oakland game and seen Ricky Henderson, I mean, he would have been just like a young guy, younger than Mateo is right now. And we would have been talking to people saying, what do you know about him? They would say, oh, he runs real well. We think he's going to be good.
trying to think, but I believe Ricky's the last of my teammates to be playing in the major leagues.
You played in Oakland in '84?
Correct, and Ricky and I were teammates. I'm trying to think if anyone else is still playing that was on that team. I don't think so.
2-0 the count to Henderson. And that is a foul.
Well, he's played a long time. He's accomplished a lot, and he still wants to play. I think that's the key. He still enjoys playing, and he still wants to play. And as we know that he's not getting to play as much as he would like.
Now, there was a guy you played with?
No, I think that guy was, I think he played for the there's
the shortstop.
What was that insurance company you played for?
Bob Bird Insurance.
Bob Bird Insurance.
And Jimmy Moore, our director, he's having a little joke, Joe, at your expense, and I'm very upset about it. That is a called strike to Ricky. 2-1. Ricky drove in Boston's first run with a 2-out single in the 5th inning. Well, who were some of your teammates in that club? Who was the shortstop? Who did you work full-level plays with? 1984.
Well, let's see. We'll go back. Carney Lansford was on the team. He was a third baseman. Dwayne Murphy.
Tony Armas was already in Boston by that time.
Correct.
There goes the runner from first base, Sanchez. Davis throws down a good throw, and the tag by Uginko. They got it. There's some of that Mariner defense you were talking about. The Red Sox add another run, though. They lead 5-1. McLemore, Sierra, and Olerud coming up against Pedro when we come back. At Safeco Field, the Mariners down by 4, and a nice effort by Offerman, but McLemore has an infield hit off the glove of Offerman. And the big hitters are coming up now.
Going to do if you're Pedro, you're going to throw strikes, and that's first pitch fastball, and McLemore is sitting on it, grounds it in the hole. Offerman makes a dive, and it hits right off the end of his glove. He can't hold on.
So Offerman on the bag at first with McLemore, who runs well. McLemore has 10 steals. The batter, Ruben Sierra. He drove in the first Mariner run with a single to right. Damon. And Sierra's gone in one pitch. Suddenly, these last couple of innings, everything's going very quickly against Pedro. A 5-pitch 5th inning and only 2 pitches. And 2 batters gone by here in the 6th. ESPN Game Track, a big error by Relaford on a bad throw in what would have been the 3rd out of the 5th inning with a 1-0 Mariners lead. And after that, 4 runs scored, the last 2 on a booming double by Nomar off the right center field wall. Then Trot Nixon blasted one off the center field wall in the 6th inning, knocking in another run. Boston 5-1 over the Mariners. And here is John Olerud. Seattle trying to effect a comeback. The changeup, a strike. It is 0-1. Olerud, he's not a guy you think strikes out that often, but tonight he struck out twice.
Well, he's swung at the pitch in under his hands twice after he had 2 strikes on him. And that's exactly the pitch that Pedro wanted him to swing at with 2 strikes. He hasn't been able to catch up with it.
Fastball, a strike. That was the 9th pitch that Pedro has thrown since he got the lead in this game. And you mentioned ahead now, he'll certainly be throwing strikes. Well, all 9 of those pitches since he has gotten the lead have been strikes. He threw 67 pitches in the first 4 innings alone, and only 9 more with 1 out 2 innings later. Oh, man. Pedro seemed momentarily stunned on that call. There's Grady Little, and he said that his grandson, Brayton, is celebrating a birthday, 3 years old today in Charlotte, North Carolina. And Grandpa would be there, except the Red Sox had a game. 1 and 2 pitches, strike 3 called to Olerud. He strikes out with the third straight time, and that's 10 strikeouts for Pedro.
Well, the problem is he struck him out 2 times with fastball under the hand. So what does he do? With 2 strikes, he goes away. And Olerud, I'm sure, is looking for a fastball in again because he'd had so much success with that pitch in, and he didn't throw 1 fastball in that particular time. Everything was away. But as a hitter, you never forget how he struck you out the 2 previous times, and that was with a fastball in.
Carlos Guillen has popped to short and been called out on strikes. And it is 0-1. 10 strikeouts for Martinez in 5 2/3 innings pitched.
John, you asked me who was my double play partner there in Oakland with Ricky Henderson. It was Donnie Hill. Remember old Donnie?
Donnie Hill?
Donnie Hill.
Are you asking me if I remember him?
No, I'm telling you that's who it was. You asked me who it was, I'm telling you.
Donnie Hill. So he's definitely not still active.
No.
Carney Lansford, you mentioned.
He won a batting title a couple of years later.
Although you guys must have been really good turning the double play, because in the Bay Area, and you know, you and I both grew up in the Bay Area, they named a whole town after that double play combination.
Which one is that?
Morgan Hill.
Oh, you're right. That's right. Morgan Hill. Morgan Hill.
Man, you're a much more famous double play combination than I remember.
Hey, what about Tinkers to Evers to Chance? Morgan to Hill.
Morgan to Hill. Yeah. Down near San Jose. Is Tinker to Evers to Chance, was that the best double play combination you ever saw? 2-2 the count. I don't know where all that's coming from.
I don't either. I guess it's coming from the truck. Who's in the truck today?
What you guys showing? No respect. It's because we had this promo the Mariners did. They got some real clever promos about the Mariners, who won 116 last year, getting challenged to a game by the 1906 Chicago Cubs. The Tinker to Evers to Chance Cubs, who also won 116. 3-2 now to Guillen. 2 down. McLemore still at first. He led off the inning with a single. Pedro with 10 strikeouts. That's the 80th time he's had at least that many. There goes McLemore, and that makes it 11. 11 strikeouts for Pedro Martinez. And he had little
13 runs batted in, and sends
this one's first base. Then Damon and Garcia Parra coming up. Red Sox lead 5-1. Seattle, the roof is open, but so far the hometown team, the Mariners, have been shut down by Pedro Martinez. Just 1 run on the board. They're trailing 5-1 as we move to the 7th inning. Ichiro standing in the last patch of sunshine on the field of play. Ricky Henderson, slider in the dirt from Mateo. 1-0 strikes. Ricky was at the plate when Sanchez was thrown out trying to steal to end the Boston 6th inning. 5-1, the Red Sox lead. James Baldwin went 5 2/3 innings. 5 runs, only 1 earned run. A very similar line to Pedro Martinez's final line last Tuesday in Oakland, when some errors got the Athletics going to 4 unearned runs, although Pedro did not survive the 5th inning of that game. Fastball in for a strike. 2-1. By the way, it's interesting. Pedro Martinez is pitching tonight's game on normal rest. Except for him this year, it's not normal rest. Henderson fouls that one back. 2-2. He's working on the 5th day with 4 days of rest. Every other start he's made this year, he's had at least 5 days of rest. They've always given him the extra day.
Well, a lot of times it was a rain out or something.
Rain or a lot of days off early in the season.
Yeah.
But I think, you know, there might have been a little interest in how he would respond with just going with the 4 days of rest. I mean, everything's sort of uncharted territory coming back from the shoulder injury. But so far, I'd have to say that he's looked pretty good. 6 innings, 11 strikeouts, only 3 hits given up.
Well, I think what you see is that Pedro really knows how to pitch, and he knows how to control the hitters.
Ricky battling it out here with Mateo. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
He mixes in his change-ups. He hasn't thrown very many curveballs. He's thrown a couple, but he doesn't throw many curveballs. It's basically a good moving fastball and a change-up.
Henderson at the plate. He drove in the first run when Pedro was behind 1-0. Ricky got a 2-out RBI single in the 5th inning against Baldwin. And after Damon walked, subsequently didn't load the bases, there was a wild pitch to get a run home, and then a 2-run double by Nomar. And voila, a 4-run 5th inning for the Red Sox. Ricky blasts one into left field for a base hit. Man, he hit that one hard. Well, Pedro, for the 80th time in his career with 10 strikeouts or more, 11 all told. Let's take a look at it.
Well, he gets Suzuki in the first inning, then he comes back and ends the inning with Sierra. There's Olerud on a fastball off the plate. Fastball on the plate outside corner. Olerud for the second time. Guillen for the second time. Cameron. And Relaford. And there's a 3rd time for Olerud. 3rd time for Guillen. Trying to see who he hasn't struck out.
Well, he has struck out Ben Davis.
I think that's it. Ben Davis is the only batter that he has not struck out in the starting lineup for the Mariners.
It's Ben Davis. Not that Ben is, he hadn't exactly owned Pedro today. It's grounded out to second and popped out to shallow right. Johnny Damon, the hitter. Pop up. Olerud. Henderson having to hold it first. So Damon is 0 for 3 with a walk, and now Nomar Garcia-Parra will come up. You know, it was interesting talking to Nomar as we see the look is Ichiro has got to contend with the last remnants of the sunshine out there in right field. Nomar missing almost all of last year, and he said he wasn't sure what to expect when he came back this year. On a soft liner to Guillen. He throws back over the first. He pulled Olerud off the bag anyway, but Ricky was back. 2 down.
Well, it's hard to know what to expect. You sit out almost the whole year, and especially when you've had hand injuries, I mean, it's very difficult to know how quick your bat's going to be and how you're going to be able to stand in there against live pitching. All the adjustments you have to make as a hitter. It's tough enough to play this game when you're 100% healthy, and it's far more difficult when you're coming back from an injury and you set out for a long period of time.
So, in terms of the confidence, you know, the confidence wasn't necessarily there immediately, just because he was healthy again. He said, there's Ricky Henderson takes off. The semi tipped out. Davis with a throw, not in time. Henderson's 2nd steal of the year.
And Ricky goes in head first at second base all the time. That gets you there quicker. There's no doubt about that, because you stretch your arms out, and as soon as you feel it, you can release them. If you're sliding straight in, you have to bend your leg a little bit because you can't hit the bag straight on. Here's the throw. Guillen thinks he gets him, but you can see very close play there at second base.
So Ricky now at second. Dahlback trying to knock him in. 1 ball and no strikes. That was steal number 1,397.
I wonder if, he's probably been thrown out more than anyone else. He was also,
what's that, 334 times.
Yeah. He and maybe Lou Brock, because they stole a lot of bases.
So what would that be? I'd have to get my calculator out on that one, but
yeah,
I'm saying he's close to 80%.
Well, I've always felt if you're the top of the line base stealer, you should steal 80%. 75 is good just for an average guy, but if you're the top echelon of that of base stealers, you should be up around 80%.
I'm saying maybe 81% now that I've actually used my calculator.
Yeah, that's pretty good. That's real good.
Pretty good for a 43-year-old guy.
Yeah, else for a guy that's attempted that many stolen bases.
he wasn't 43 the whole time, but
well, I knew that, but I just assumed that you knew that we knew that. Especially since you said he was young when he was with Oakland the first time.
He was young when you were young.
Yeah.
Ichiro, who won the base stealing title in the American League last year. Ricky Henderson, who won the base stealing title of all time many years ago. And that's a call strike. The last time a guy who was Ricky's age, 43 years old, stole a base was 1995. Dave Winfield stole a base. And he was another guy, magnificent athlete. Yeah, kept himself in great shape. 2-2 to Daubach. He is 1 for 3 in the game. The Red Sox lead 5-1. That's foul. But you know, I mean, a guy like Ricky's age, at some point you'd think maybe that success ratio would start going down a little bit.
Well, he picks his spots now. He just doesn't run as much. That's why I say it's fantastic that he attempted as many as stolen bases as he had and had an 81% success ratio. Success percentage. I mean, that's fantastic. But what you do now, I mean, you don't go unless you have a great jump in your mind. So it's a little different. He's not the kind of guy that's just going to dominate now when he gets on base, and he can steal a base when everybody in the park knows he's going. So he just picks his spots a little better now.
Ricky was San Diego last year, stole 25 bases. That's what you're talking about.
Yeah. A lot less attempts than when he was trying 100+ stolen bases a year.
Recently, as 4 years ago when he was with Oakland, he stole 66 bases. And Daubach will take first base on the walk. First walk allowed by the rookie, Julio Mateo. 2 men on, 2 men out. 5-1. The Red Sox are leading the Mariners here in the 7th inning.
I still say we should get the commissioner to read that one of these days, John.
You mean because it comes from his office?
Yeah, it comes from his office.
Read what? I didn't hear anybody reading anything.
Hey, you've done it enough times now, you should be able to go from memory.
Shea Hillenbrand, look at those RBIs, 28 RBIs. And with men in scoring position, he is hitting .371. He's 0 for 3 in this game. He's got a man in scoring position right now, Ricky Henderson. Of course, you know, when guys hit behind Ricky over all these 23 years, they get a lot of RBIs. Well, not one of those guys, right?
You get a lot of RBI chances, plus you know what's going to come when he's on first base. You know you're going to get a fastball or a slider. You know what they're going to throw. So, I mean, not only does he help you in an RBI situation, he helps you as a hitter.
And Hillenbrand, it's a foul. Into the seats, off to the right. 1 ball, 2 strikes. 2 on, 2 out in the 7th. Grady Little, the new manager of the Red Sox, named the manager during spring training. And he's been the man at the helm. The Red Sox are to their best start since 1946. Henderson at second, Daubach at first. And that is a base hit just off the glove. Bugato, Ricky Henderson heading home. And going into third safely, and the throw gets by Relaford. That will enable Daubach to get over to second base. Or rather, Hillenbrand to second as Daubach got to third base. So Hillenbrand with his 29th RBI of the year. 6-1.
Nice try by Bugato, but an ill-advised throw. Everyone had stopped at third base. Right off the top of his glove, line drive. Right off the top of his glove, he couldn't hold it. And Ricky Henderson was able to score easily, of course, on it with 2 outs.
Excuse me for just 1 second, Joe.
Okay.
The commissioner asked me to say this.
All right.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Commissioner of Baseball and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without express written consent. And MLB.com is your place for everything Major League Baseball. Log on now for updated scores, exclusive live audio and video, official fantasy games, and comprehensive stats and information you can't get anywhere else. The commissioner always asks me to read that, never asks you.
Well, I don't know if...
Jose Offerman takes ball 1. Down and away. Offerman 1 for 3, singled and scored a run in the 6th inning.
The only analyst I know that used to read that was Don Meredith. And he'd have fun with it. Of course, his wasn't the Major League Baseball.
You saying I didn't have fun with it?
I mean, I thought you were a little too serious, but, you know, I understand. You're afraid of the commissioner. I mean, I understand that.
Well, it's not that fun of piece of copy, you know.
Well, but I mean, Meredith had it memorized, though. That's what I'm saying. I mean, I think you should be able to memorize. We've been doing this for 13 years or so.
And you're so critical.
I just thought you would have it memorized by now. I tell you what, give it to me. I'll memorize it next time, and then I'll just throw it out there. So the next time when you don't have the card in front of you, we can still do it.
When you work with Chris Berman, he just has it memorized? Is that it? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, but he never loses the card. You didn't have the card.
And ball 4 to Offerman. And the bases are loaded. For Trot Nixon. 6-1 Boston. Red Sox now with a chance to completely break this one wide open. Over at third base, Brian Daubach, he walked. Hillenbrand got an RBI single. And Offerman, who just walked. And the Mariner bullpen is busy again. Here's Trot Nixon. Trot drilled one off the center field wall for an RBI double his last time. And Mateo throws him a called strike. In the bullpen, right-hander Justin Kay. Warming up now. Mariners have 3 rookies out of that bullpen. They're without veteran relief pitcher Jeff Nelson, who had surgery to remove some bone chips from his elbow. Ooh, good changeup. 0-2 the count.
When I talked to Piniella today, he said that, I mean, that could be the strength of his ball club by the end of the year. He's got these 3 young kids out there with live arms and good fastballs, and he thinks that if you know, they keep maturing, they're going to really help them down the stretch. There's Soriano. He pitched really well the other night. 3 innings on Friday.
Major League debut Friday, got a 3-inning save. Struck him out with another changeup. The Red Sox leave him loaded, but they get another run. Mike Cameron coming up, 6-1. The Red Sox out front.
Is your remote control ready for an endurance test? With MLB Extra Innings, your favorite players, your favorite teams are never more than a click away. Call 1-800-DIRECTV now and get up to 35 out-of-market Major League Baseball regular season games each week with the MLB Extra Innings package from DIRECTV. It's only $159 for the regular season. All the action you and your remote can handle, only with MLB Extra Innings. Order now.
For all your automotive replacement parts, go to your main source for auto parts, Motor Supply Company, your local Big A store. Their ASE certified counter people are there to help you find the right answers to your auto part needs. And be sure to shop Motor Supply Company for their special monthly savings on the big value of the month. And remember that Motor Supply features 2 daily deliveries from their Augusta warehouse to all their stores to ensure you get the parts when you need them. Your main source for auto parts is Motor Supply, with 8 locations throughout Central Maine.
In 1916, a young family landed on the shores of New England. They shared a dream, a horse and wagon, and a passion for roasting coffee. So began the legacy of the New England Coffee Company, a tradition in restaurants from Eastport to Westport. Today, the New England Coffee Company proudly introduces their fresh ground coffees for the home, now in supermarkets throughout New England. New England Coffee, a tradition since 1916.
Look, there's a moose. Where? Over there. Oh, yeah. Look, over there. I see a fish. A fish with 2 stripes.
Spend time with kids anytime, and it helps prevent crime. It's that easy.
ESPN Sunday Night Baseball is presented by Nextel. Nextel, how business gets done. And in part by new body heat activated Degree Gel. Kicks in the clutch.
Sunday Night Baseball from Safeco Field, Seattle. Red Sox 6, the Mariners 1. Seattle shortstop Carlos Guillen has kindly agreed to wear a microphone during the game tonight, so let's listen in a little bit.
Oye. Let's play, man.
Well, you could hear him speaking Spanish. Oh, yeah, he was getting the attention of the second baseman, telling him to move over because the guy may go the other way. He talked to the pitcher in Spanish, and then he talked to the umpire. He used English. He said he's out.
Thanks to Carlos Guillen giving us some of those Sunday night sounds. I'm John Miller along with Joe Morgan, your Sunday night telecasters. Next Sunday, we're going to be in Houston, Astros Field. Same field, new name. Same ballpark, new name.
I saw an interesting comment. Someone was talking to Jeff Bagwell about the fact that that was a home run hitter's ballpark. He said, I played in the Astrodome for a lot of years. I deserve something like this.
You know, he also said, with Lance Berkman blossoming into a great star, he says, well, for the first time, really, he's no longer the best slugger on the team, the best player on the team. And he's, in a way, it's kind of a relief. Takes a little heat off of him. So we'll see Berkman, Bagwell, Biggio, Darrell Ward, and the Houston Astros. And they can take on that young Pittsburgh club that's done real well early on this year. I don't know if we'll get him or not. The guy I'd like to see is Josh Fogg. And I've talked to some scouts about him, Joe. He used to be with the White Sox. And you know, he's not an overpowering guy, but as Mike Cameron goes down on strikes, and Pedro's got 12 strikeouts now.
3 in a row again. Oh, we haven't seen many of these. This is looks like it's a curveball. Well, more of a slider. It breaks down and away from Cameron. He hasn't thrown a lot of sliders. It's been fastball and the changeup.
Well, he's retired 19 Mariners and 12 of them on strikeouts. Here's Relaford, who has popped out and struck out. 1 ball and no strikes. Pedro with 10 or more strikeouts, as you see how they play the defense for Relaford. That's a called strike on the inside. 80th time in his career. The only guys ahead of Pedro Martinez with 10 strikeout games are, in this order, Nolan Ryan, Randy Johnson, Roger Clemens, Sandy Koufax, and Steve Carlton. Carlton is next on the list. He did it 83 times. 10 or more strikeouts. Henderson. Ricky's feeling good.
Yes, he is.
Caught that one with a flourish. 2 down. Pedro Martinez, before the game, talked to us about his right arm and his health.
This year, so far, even if the results are not the same, I'm feeling better because I'm pitching in a normal way. I'm pitching but no pain. Even if it takes me longer to make the adjustment and you know, adjust to the weight that I gain, adjust to pitching with a different mentality. I'm not going to go out there trying to finish that game that I started. I'm just going to go out there for 100, 105 pitches, and that's it.
Well, he is retired 13 of the last 14 and is not yet to 100 pitches as we go to the 8th inning now. 6-1 Boston.
My lawn is really by pride and joy. I know it's weed-free. I know it's dandelion-free. I do it by using Scott's Turf Builder Plus 2. The light granule sticks to that wet leaf much easier than a heavy granule, which would fall off. It doesn't stick. It just doesn't work. I think it's the greatest product ever made.
The floor is heat sensitive. Oh, one more thing. Attack dogs.
New Degree Gel kicks in the clutch.
The Toro Super Blower. You can't buy a more powerful handheld blower. Another smart idea from Toro.
Immerse yourself in the only internet destination fast enough, varied enough, vivid enough to let you explore all the worlds you live in. Lycos. Search on.
Target your customers with direct mail, and you may actually hear your business growing. Music to your ears. Brought to you by the United States Postal Service.
Ahead on SportsCenter, Nomar Garcia-Parr reflects on his team and his game in our Sunday conversation, and Chris Berman counts down his top 10 plays of the week. Dan Patrick, John Anderson, SportsCenter, after the game on ESPN.
Now the Red Sox into the 8th inning against Julio Mateo. Jason Varitek hitting 8th in the order, 1 for 3 in the game. And that is a foul ball. 0-1 the count. Pedro Martinez has thrown 93 pitches in the first 7 innings. And he's thrown 26 of them in the last 3 innings.
It was interesting, you know, what he said as we were going to break, just before we went to break.
0-1 to Varitek.
That he's still adjusting, you know, to being bigger and stronger. Remember, I guess he's worked with weights or whatever. He says, I'm adjusting to the new strength. And also the fact that he feels good now, whereas before he was pitching when his arm was bothering him and he had a different mentality. And now he just feels probably more relaxed out there and feels better about what he's doing. And that also raises your confidence level when you know you're not going to injure your arm again. So the longer he's able to pitch without any more pain, the higher his confidence level will go.
Ooh. Good low slider. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Between innings, Pedro went back into the dugout. He and the assistant trainer, Chris Correnti, and pitching coach Tony Cloninger all huddled. Pedro's still in the dugout. Nobody's warming up in the Boston bullpen, which is usually a pretty telltale sign about what they're thinking about. I mean, Pedro's at 93 pitches. In that soundbite you're talking about we had with Pedro, he said, hey, now I'll give you everything I've got for about 105 pitches, and that's it.
Well, I'm sure he's going to go 1 more inning because he has not struggled, you know, in the last 3 innings. I mean, he's just retired the side, actually the last 4 innings.
And Varitek into the alleyway. Ichiro cuts it off. He's got a great arm. Varitek digging for second. He makes it with a double. Pop-up slide. His second double of the game.
fastball. I mean, he hits a rocket in the right center field, and Ichiro can't cut it off. That ball was hit really hard in the gap. By the time that Ichiro gets there, he's so deep that he doesn't have a chance of holding Veritek to a single.
Now Ray Sanchez. Red Sox lead 6-1. And that's ball one. High and tight. Mariner bullpen is busy. And Joe, you're talking about Pedro and everything coming back together for him. And Grady Little made the comment before the game, and you touched on it when you mentioned confidence. I mean, as great as Pedro's been, coming back from the arm troubles, pretty good bit of situational hitting there by Sanchez. Runner at second, nobody out. Sanchez moves him over to third base. And there's that conversation we're talking about, the huddle with Cloninger and the trainer Chris Corelli and Pedro.
And you see Cloninger basically asking him, you know, how do you feel? I mean, are you sure you're okay? And I mean, do you want to go back out there? I mean, I think that's what he's asking. But I don't think Martinez had any intention of coming out of the ball game. I mean, he just came in, did his normal, sit down, and was waiting for, you know, the inning to be over so he could go back out.
Runner at third, Ricky Henderson now. The infield in for the Mariners, and the slider waved out and missed. Strike one. Ricky is 2 for 4 with a steal and a run batted in and 2 runs scored. Now the Red Sox do get the bullpen busy. There is Veritek over at third. Kim warming up in the Boston bullpen. Sun Woo Kim. 0-2 to count. So maybe we have seen the last of Pedro.
Well, I'm sure if they score another run or two, he may come out. But Pedro probably doesn't think 6-1 is an insurmountable lead, and he wants to make sure that he doesn't come out too soon.
0-2 the count. Henderson backs away. Grady Little was saying that, you know, the confidence, I mean, it takes a while for the confidence to come back fully. Even for a guy who's been as great as Pedro. And he said confidence on 2 levels. Confidence that he could let everything out and that he would not re-injure his arm, which, as we've seen, he has that confidence now. And the confidence that he's got the stuff and the sharpness to get big league hitters out again. Red Sox have done their part for him. They've scored a lot of runs in his starts. Henderson to shortstop. And Guillen, after holding Veritek, throws out Ricky Henderson. 2 down. Right after the game, stay tuned for SportsCenter on ESPN. John Anderson and Dan Patrick will have all of the day's top stories. The Lakers and Spurs, Game 4. And some high drama there. The Sunday night conversation with Nomar Garcia-Parra and Chris Berman's top 10 plays of the week on ESPN SportsCenter right after Sunday Night Baseball. Here's Johnny Damon. He's 0 for 3 with a walk. And that slider from Mateo in there for a strike. Every Sunday, of course, here's where you'll find us. 8 Eastern, 7 Central, 5 Pacific. We'll have a ball game for you. Sunday Night Baseball. Every Sunday for the last 13 years. We've been here. Relaford. And he's just in time to get the fleet-footed Damon. 1 hit, 1 left. Ugeto, then Ichiro coming up. And Pedro's taking the jacket off, heading back to the hill.
Pardon the interruption. 5:30 weekdays on ESPN. Again at 7 on ESPN2.
It's the Nextel Direct Connect Play of the Week, presented by Nextel, the official wireless sponsor of Major League Baseball.
2-2 pitches, swung on and bounced to second base. Sanchez to Oberman, a no-hitter. The first no-hitter here by a Red Sox pitcher since Dave Moorhead in 1965.
Tune in next week for the Nextel Direct Connect Play of the Week and learn how to win a trip to a World Series game with me, George Brett.
Sunday Night Baseball, presented by Nextel, 8 Eastern on ESPN.
Honey, they got any kumquats? I love kumquats.
I don't know what kumquats look like. They got some great-looking tomatoes. Do we need tomatoes?
No, I just got tomatoes.
They got kiwis. They got some red things here.
Hey, aren't you that guy?
No, sorry, I'm not him. What about bananas?
Come on, I know you.
Yeah, I get that all the time. I'm sorry.
You're on television.
Well,
in commercials.
Hey, pal, I don't do commercials.
Sorry.
That's what you say, hon. There's 5 bananas too many to get brown, you know.
So, Dan, do we have everything we need for this meeting?
It's all right here, sir.
Is your data backup as reliable as it should be?
Don't worry, sir. He told me everything.
Ours is. Bright Store Storage Software from Computer Associates.
You live a lot of your life between 0 and 55. No one understands that like your State Farm agent. That's why more people insure their cars with us than anyone else. Because we think car insurance should be as much about you as it is about your car.
If I had any message to send to my parents, in-laws, and everyone, it would be have a very, very happy, blessed Mother's Day. And, you know, God couldn't be everywhere, so that's why he created mothers, and I'm very thankful for it.
Mike Cameron with a Mother's Day video card. His mom lives in LaGrange, Georgia, where he grew up.
John, I have to tell you, next year we're going to make video cards for our moms. Okay?
Yeah?
Yeah, we'll do that next year.
I thought you were too busy.
No, never too busy for my mom. We'll make video. We will make our own video cards here for our moms next year. The Red Sox Nation. It's cool.
And they're excited in New England. Why wouldn't they be? With a win tonight, not only would Pedro be 5-0, but the Red Sox would be 25-9. No Red Sox team has gotten off to this fast a start since the 1946 Sox, the team that went to the World Series. Ted Williams, Dominic DiMaggio, Johnny Pesky, Bobby Doerr, and a pitcher by the name of Tex Houston. They had some real strong pitching. The problem was it looked like they might be set up for years to come. And a lot of those pitchers got sore arms. Just off the outside. 3-2 now to Luis Ugueto. Ichiro is on deck.
The only problem, John, is the injury to Manny Ramirez. I mean, that's a pretty important piece of this puzzle. I mean, especially over the long haul, because he can carry a ball club for weeks at a time.
Well, I mean, Manny Ramirez was hitting .372, and he had 35 runs batted in.
Right.
And he'd scored 27 runs. He was leading the league in hitting, second in the league in runs batted in, among the league leaders in home runs, among the league leaders in runs scored. Not easy to replace that. I mean, they won't be able to replace that.
No, you can't. I mean, that's why I say we're going to have to wait and see. I mean, they're going to have to really hold down the ship for the next week or so to prove to themselves that they can win without Manny, and to prove to themselves that, you know, they are tough enough to hold out for 3 or 4 weeks. But the first week is always the most important.
Ugueto really battling it out here with Pedro, who's trying to get through the 8th inning, but he's had to throw 8 pitches to Ugueto already.
So that means he's already over 100. 101 probably, if I remember correctly.
He only threw 9 pitches the entire previous inning. 3-2. And Ugueto gets him for a leadoff walk in front of Ichiro. Pretty good at bat there by the the rookie.
Well, there's a pitch jumped off the plate inside.
And this is more than likely his last batter, unless he retires Ichiro.
Sun-Woo Kim has been joined by the left-hander Casey Fossum in the Boston bullpen. Here is Ichiro. He's 1 for 3 and has scored Seattle's run. 1 ball and no strikes. A slider low and in.
And immediately he goes back to what he's had success with, and that's pitching Ichiro in.
Struck out Ichiro in the first inning. First batter he faced in the game. Ichiro beat out an infield grounder to shortstop in the third. Stole second and scored a run later. And Sierra single, and the hit went back to Pedro his last time. 1 for 3. There goes Ugeto, and he will steal second without a throw. Pitch was a strike to Ichiro. Ugeto got tremendous speed, although he's rarely played. He is, after all, a Rule 5 draftee. That is his 4th steal already. 2-1. The Mariners, I mean, the stolen base is a big part of their offense. They have stolen as a team 50 bases.
Well, one of the reasons you steal a base there, and I'm not saying that he should or shouldn't, but is you keep the force play from happening at second base. Because if Ichiro hits a chopper, they would have a force out at second base, whereas now they would have to throw him out at first base.
Ichiro 2-2. He chased the high hard one there.
Well, it's not just that it's high and hard, John. It's also in tight on him. And you see the infield. I actually think that a lot of times they play him too deep. I mean, Garcia-Parra is back almost at the edge. I mean, they're there. I think when you have a guy that runs as well as Ichiro, I think you have to shorten up a little bit.
2-2. Wrinkle on the third base line. What a play by Hillenbrand. Not in time, not even close.
And that hit was gotten by Ichiro because they didn't have a runner at first base. If Ugeto was at first base, they would have had a force out at second base. So that's why he stole the base before that happened. You can't throw Ichiro out on choppers or infield grounders, but you can force a guy out at second base. And watch this. If there was a runner at first base, he takes this ball, he spins around. Now he could throw to second base right there for the force out. But instead, he has to come all the way across the diamond, and there's no chance to get Ichiro on that ground ball.
2 infield hits for Ichiro. Grady Little, the manager, went out to speak to Pedro. 2 men on, nobody out, and Mark McLemore coming up. McLemore, after striking out his first time, has walked and beaten out an infield hit since then. That's 4 hits now for the Mariners. And 3 of them have been infield hits. Ugeto at second, Ichiro at first. And that is ball 1 to McLemore.
Well, we'll see how much Pedro has left here, because anytime you're a pitcher of his quality, you're not going to get beat with your second or third best pitch. He's gonna, if he's got a lot left on his fastball, that's what he's going to use. The corner, and that's what he does. He knows he's got to improvement on his fastball. I think he's a little bit upset with McLemore because he says, I throw a strike and you don't want it if you don't want to hit.
McLemore walked away from the plate. McLemore backs away, making Pedro wait.
Well, one of the other things we're supposed to happen this year, you're not supposed to do that or be able to do that. Make the pitcher have to wait like that.
Pedro waits to cool off McLemore a little bit. Now he toes the slack. 2 men on, nobody out. The first time the Mariners have had this kind of a threat against Pedro. The only time they've ever had more than 1 base runner prior to this came after they already had 2 men out in the 3rd inning.
Oh, by the way, last week Bob Watson was watching when we mentioned they didn't have a bat in the on-deck circle.
2-1 now to McLemore.
I talked to him the next day. He left a message for me that he was watching.
So he is the speed up the game czar. Gato at second, Ichiro at first. Bowles with great speed. McLemore runs well, too. On the outside corner with a fastball. Still had reserve enough to find a 93-mile-an-hour heater there.
But I think it was the location that was good. He threw him 3 pitches inside, and then he goes away over the outside corner with a fastball. And he's throwing 4 straight fastballs. I mean, he may want to throw him a change up here. But he does still have a good fastball, so he'll probably throw that.
Change up.
Well, after you throw 4 straight fastballs and you have a great changeup like he has, you know, it's a good time to use it. But it also brings the count to 3-2, and it also tells McLemore that you're going to come with a fastball now because you just missed with the changeup.
Uget Urbina, the closer for Boston, gets up now.
That's a very important game for Boston. Keep them getting swept here in Seattle.
Double play ball to second. There's one. Garcia Parra to first. 2. Double play. Ugeto down to third. Sanchez to Garcia Parra to Offerman. Double play.
Well, McLemore hit it hard, but he hit it right at the second baseman. Now watch this perfect double play situation. Straight at the second baseman. He flips to Garcia Parra, and I tell you what, Garcia Parra has a strong, quick arm. That ball had a lot on it going across the diamond. See the reaction of Pedro. He's happy.
Well, and that's huge for Pedro. He had thrown 20 pitches in this inning without retiring anybody. And just like that, on the 20th pitch, he gets 2 outs. Strike 1 to Sierra.
When you're a pitcher like Pedro, you do not want to be pulled out in the middle of the inning. He wants to finish this inning and let somebody else pitch the ninth.
Sierra has driven in the only run of the game for the Mariners with a 3rd-inning single, which briefly gave Seattle the lead in this game. Cloninger talking to the bullpen.
Well, what he's doing is telling them who will go in case the score is this or whatever happens here with Sierra.
Sierra in the center. There is Damon. So it started promisingly for the Mariners, and Pedro Martinez has finished 8 innings. 12 strikeouts, only 4 hits allowed. Garcia Parra coming up, and the Red Sox are leading 6-1.
By Ocean's 11 now on DVD and video. You're either in or you're out. The guys.
Want to check the batteries?
Who took the house.
You're a thief and a liar.
Are coming to your house.
Exactly.
Ocean's 11. Buy it now on DVD and video. First reconfigurable luxury SUT. Cadillac Escalade EXT. Breakthrough.
What? They gave our room away?
Not what you want to hear. Then Super 8's where you want to stay, where VIP members get guaranteed rooms and 10% off. Clean, friendly Super 8. All the room you want.
Ice Premium Malt Beverage, reminding you that if you're going to drink, do whatever it takes to act responsibly.
Now's the time to come on into Sonic. It's Nice and Naughty Month. Try our fresh new wraps with breaded or grilled chicken. Then top it off with a 99-cent single topping sundae. That's a balanced meal.
Say goodbye to machines taking up valuable office space and tap into the Kinko's network.
ESPN Sunday Night Baseball presented by Nextel. Tonight from Seattle. Seattle Mariners, 26 wins, 10 losses, but trailing the Boston Red Sox, who are trying to go to 25 wins and 9 losses. These are the two teams with the best records in all of Major League Baseball. The Mariners have won the first 2 games of the series, but the Red Sox are leading right now 6-1. And the 25-year-old right-hander, Justin Kay, throws a slider for a swinging strike 1 to Nomar Garciaparra. Nomar 1 for 4, but his one hit was a big one. It capped off a 4-run 5th inning rally. Double off the right center field wall just beneath the 385 marker. 0-2 the count. Kay, born in Fort Lauderdale, graduated from high school though in Las Vegas. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Kay has been brought along as a relief pitcher. There's only 1 year in all of his minor league experience where he was a starting pitcher. And he put up some great numbers last year in AAA ball. 77 innings pitched, 107 strikeouts. It didn't look like he does it with overpowering stuff.
No, and you could tell right away. I mean, the catcher, Ben Davis, was trying to get him to throw a fastball there, and he went to the, looked like a little splitter or that one up there, but fouled back over the screen by Nomar. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Top of the 9th inning. Pedro Martinez, 8 strong innings. The first time that he worked this year on just the standard 4 days of rest. He'd always had at least the 1 extra day prior to this. Right back through the middle. Well, he finally got a fastball, and he was right on it. And the ball gets through Cameron. Garciaparra goes to second. And that will be a single and an error. The 3rd Seattle error of the game. Just when you were praising their defense. Yeah, you're right. I don't see it. Well, I guess you have to look at what has happened. That pitch is up and out of the strike zone, but Garciaparra goes up and gets his top hand on it and lines it into center field. Ball kind of bounced up. A little bad hop. Yeah. So Cameron gets charged with the error. And now Brian Daubach comes up. 6-1, the Red Sox lead the Mariners. We're in the 9th inning. Red Sox have 12 hits. How about the way they went into Oakland this week and swept the Athletics there? I mean, that was pretty impressive. Very impressive. Oakland plays very well in Oakland. I mean, in one game, they, I think it was Wednesday night that was carried on ESPN. Although you didn't do it. No, I was in New York with the Giants and the Mets. That's right. Tony Gwynn did that game. The Red Sox had 12 runs and 19 hits against the Athletics in that game. Brian Daubach with a base hit to right center field into the alleyway, and that will roll through to the wall. In to score is Garciaparra, and Daubach eases into second with a double. 7-1 Boston. Well, this looks like the Red Sox offense that they were counting on earlier this week to do damage here in Seattle, but Seattle was able to contain them and win the first 2 ball games. Pitch just off the edge outside, and he finds a gap in the left center field, right center field for a double. Now Shea Hillenbrand, who had an RBI single in the 7th inning. He's 1 for 4. And a slider in there for a strike. 0-1. 7-1. Boston ahead. Now the Red Sox in the first 2 games of this series scored only 3 times. They have not hit a home run in the entire series up till now. They put 7 on the board tonight. And that is a ball. 1 ball, 1 strike. Red Sox have been doing it not just with hitting. I mean, they're hitting 300. And averaging 6 runs a game as a team, but they've also had the best pitching record of any team. They came into this game with an earned run average of 3.32. Deep center.
is back tagging up at second base and merely gets to third on a double off the 405-foot marker by Hillenbrand.
Well, I've seen this a couple of times this year, and I don't quite understand it. I mean, you see Hillenbrand saying, well, what do I have to do to get you home? I mean, you're only supposed to tag up if you're sure that the outfielder's going to catch the ball. Otherwise, you go halfway. And he drills this ball. Now, there's no way you could figure that Cameron was going to catch this ball, so you should have been halfway, and you would have been able to score easily. And the ball's about 6 inches from going over the wall.
And the Red Sox with a pretty big lead, so maybe it won't cost them here, but I mean, Dahlbeck has to score from second on a double.
You would think.
Now Offerman. Well, he'll score now. Base hit to left field. And the ball booted out there by McLemore, but already stopping at third was Hillenbrand. So an RBI single for Offerman. And it is now 8-1. And Justin Kay has not yet retired anybody here. Brian Price out to talk to the young right-hander in his second major league appearance. Take a look at Dahlbeck on this ball hit off the center field wall.
Well, he goes back to the bag. I mean, he's tagging up and the guy's not catching the ball. You're only supposed to do it if you're sure he's going to catch the ball, if he's standing under it. Otherwise, you go halfway. I have to tell you a quick story. We were playing in spring training once, and I did that. I hit the ball like that, and Rose was on second. He didn't score, and I said he was supposed to score. So we asked Walter Alston, who was one of the greatest managers of all time, and I said, would you tell Rose what you're supposed to do when a guy hits a ball like that? He said, score. And Rose wouldn't believe me, but he believed Walter Alston. I mean, he said, I'm going to tag up. What are you tagging up for? Unless the guy is standing underneath it.
So you lost an RBI. I mean, you never get that back.
Well, it was in spring training. Didn't matter.
Oh, it was spring training.
No, it was spring training.
Oh,
That's
okay.
why it was great. So that's why it was fun.
It was a valuable lesson.
Yeah, it's very valuable.
I mean, that might have gotten you an RBI when they counted.
Yeah, later
you wouldn't
on.
have gotten otherwise.
Yeah.
I mean, Walter Alston was the manager of the Dodgers. Did you just like call Walter and say, hey, would you mind coming over?
No, we were playing them the next day in spring training, and I just said, well, you won't believe me, let's ask Walter. So we went over and talked to him, and we asked him, and he said, Rose was saying, aren't you supposed to tag up? He said, you're supposed to score. Rose said, aren't you supposed to tag up? He said, you're supposed to score. I think he finally got it through to Pete after about 3 points. He said, you're supposed to score.
Now, that is everybody's dream in an argument, to have an ultimate authority standing by to make your point for you.
Exactly.
Trot Nixon down on strikes. I think there was a scene like that in a Woody Allen movie. Pedro Martinez finishing the 8th inning, back in the dugout afterward. And the pitching coach, Tony Cloninger, gave him a big embrace. Grady Little came over with a warm, what would you call that, a face tap?
I guess.
A face pat?
You know what's interesting is that, remember, we talked to Leo Mazzoni once, and he says, a pitching coach is, part fatherly figure, friend, and confidant, and that kind of shows it all right there.
That's a ball outside.
Pedro was happy that he did well, and he got his pat on the back from the pitching coach.
So Pedro, 8 innings, 1 run, 4 hits allowed, 3 walks, 12 strikeouts. And that ball is hit fair by Varitek, who already has 2 doubles in the game. This time a fan interferes with the ball. Hillenbrand is in to score from third. Offerman goes to third, and they will award Varitek with his 3rd double of the game on, this time, the fan interference.
Again, Varitek goes the other way. We saw this earlier in the ball game, just inside the foul line down the third base line. Second ball that he's hit that way for a double. Kid reaches and grabs it. Now he's looking to see what they're going to do to him. But I think with the game in this situation, they're going to let him stay in his seat.
Yeah, often in most ballparks, if you interfere with a ball that's actually in play, you'll be escorted out of the ballpark.
Or to a different seat, at least.
Yeah. Like in maybe Kansas City.
Right.
They might move you right out of the city. Ray Sanchez, the hitter, he's 2 for 4, and he's reached on a big error. 9-1. Boston has broken it wide open here against Justin Kay. There's a big breaking ball for a strike. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Go Mariners!
It's the bullpen pub where you can see the game and the visiting bullpen. You can spy in the bullpen. Sun-Woo Kim is warming up in the Red Sox bullpen out there. Is that him? Yes, it is. So apparently Kim will be coming on in the last half of the 9th inning. Mariners will have Olerud, Guillen, and Cameron due up. Mariners are not used to getting treated like this, home or anywhere else for that matter. That'll get a run home. Guillen throws out Sanchez. Last year, the Mariners won 116 games to tie the 1906 Cubs. They made a promo out of that theme. Let's take a look.
Hey, you whippersnappers. Think you're the best team ever? We're the 1906 Cubs. Tonight, home plate. Be there. Is that all you got?
Mariners baseball. Soto Mojo.
Nice shot. Oh.
I like that 1906.
The odd 6 Cubs.
Yeah, the odd 6 Cubs.
It's a 3-finger Brown was an ace pitcher in that club. The Cubs in odd 6 had a team earned run average below 2. And it was the dead ball era. 2-0 to Ricky Henderson. Well, we've seen there was a pretty good leadoff talent on display here tonight. Ricky Henderson and Johnny Damon. I mean, the Red Sox got 2 legitimate leadoff men. But when Henderson plays, he always hits leadoff. This is his 12th start. He's been the leadoff man, and Damon has dropped down every time Ricky has played. Ichiro, of course, who won the MVP award in the American League last year, is the Mariners leadoff man. And both of the leadoff men, Henderson and Ichiro, been on base twice, making things happen. Each has a steal. Ricky 2 for 5, 2 runs scored, and an RBI and a steal.
I think in Ricky Henderson, you're looking at the best leadoff hitter ever. And in Ichiro, you're looking at maybe the best leadoff hitter in the game today.
Ichiro.
They get it done in different ways, though. Ichiro just gets a lot of hits. He doesn't walk very often.
I mean, Ricky never had a year where he hit 350.
No.
But he had a lot of years where he hit 270 and walked 110 times and had an on-base average of 440.
And he may have been on base more than Ichiro was.
Yeah.
You know,
well, Ichiro last year had his on-base average was below 400.
Right. And Ricky's lifetime on-base average, his career on-base average is over 400.
Ricky waited on that one, but it's foul. 3-2. Sports Center follows the game. And as part of Sports Center, the Sunday conversation will be with Nomar Garcia-Parra, who right now is in the hole. Henderson at the plate, Damon on deck, Nomar in the hole just in case. Ricky is the 8th batter of the inning. Boston is leading 10-1. They've scored 4 times against Justin Kay. And he bounces that one foul.
And John, the reason you hit Ricky first instead of Damon, even though Ricky's, as I said, the greatest leadoff hitter ever, is the fact that Ricky would not do you much good hitting behind Damon, but Damon can get an advantage hitting behind Ricky because he can pull the ball in the hole at first base, and Ricky will get him more fastballs to hit. So it works better for a left-handed hitter to hit second in this case than for the right-hander Rick Henderson to hit second.
Well, Ricky draws a walk.
What's new?
He's drawn more of those than anybody in history. I was trying to figure out a way to get a little more excited over walks. When Ricky was getting the record, just in case maybe it was a game we did.
Yeah.
This could be it. 3 balls. This might be it. Oh, boy. I don't know.
No, that's a little more difficult than calling Barry's 73rd home run or McGuire's 70th.
There's Johnny Damon, and that's too high. 1 ball and no strikes. Johnny, you talk about walks. Barry Bonds, he's walked 45 times this year, going into play today. And Barry's on a pace to walk about 225 times this year.
People often ask me, why does Sammy Sosa get the hit more than Barry Bonds does? Why does he walk less than Barry?
Damon with a foul. 2-1.
And my answer is that Sammy is a little more of a free swinger than Barry is.
It's like Ricky was having like a little self-boxing match with himself there.
Yeah, or a little discussion with himself, I guess.
He's over there talking to Tommy Harper, the first base coach. Tommy Harper himself was an outstanding base stealer. But Damon didn't get it. 3-2 the count. Here's Tommy Harper. He still looks like he can go out and steal a few bases.
Yes, he does. They're both from the Bay Area, too.
Tommy's from Oakland, right?
Right, and Ricky Henderson's from Oakland.
Runners go, and Damon punches it foul off to the left. Tommy Harper played here in Seattle, but not for the Mariners, but with the Seattle Pilots. 1969. It seemed to me he had the, I'm just going strictly from memory here, it seemed to me he had the record for steals for a first-year expansion team. That is another foul. Tommy Harper, let's see, 1969, he stole 73 bases that year out of Encinal High School, which is the same high school, if I'm not mistaken, Willie Scarlett, and currently Jimmy Rollins.
Right.
Of the Phillies. Runners go. Nice pickup by Olerud, and they put out for Kay. So the inning is over. The Red Sox get 4 more. Now they lead 10-1. Last of the 9th coming up.
Around the block, just up your street, we're the neighbors you should meet. There are lives we live and dreams we share. We drive your streets and we're always there. We live where you live. We're a good friend who really cares. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Recap the past weekend's racing with This Week at Unity Raceway. Wednesdays at 8:30, Thursday at 3, and Friday at 8:30 on Adelphia Network 9.
Begin. You're mine.
Chicken. McGruff here. If a bully is bothering you, play it smart and try to talk it out. Or get away and tell an adult.
Well done.
For more tips, write for my new free comic activity book. Play it smart and help take a fight out of crime.
There are 2 basic ways to help protect you in an unavoidable collision. Attempt to insulate you from the unavoidable collision, or try to redefine the word unavoidable. Test drive the BMW 5 Series today.
SportsCenter head Kobe Bryant owned the fourth quarter against the Spurs. Mike Mussina owns the Twins.
No more is our Sunday conversation. Chris Berman stops by with his top 10 plays of the week. Now back to you, John.
Thanks, Dan. We'll be tuned in. Part of the Sunday conversation with Nomar Garcia-Parra on SportsCenter still to come. Let's take a listen.
He's also a guy that can make you laugh, and even in the toughest situation, when you really don't feel like laughing, when you don't feel, you're having that tough day out there that everybody's going to have, and he's going to find some way to probably make you smile, and you're like, and you want to kill him, but you're like, you start laughing instead. Yeah, it does take the edge off.
Nomar, part of the Sunday night conversation on SportsCenter that he did with Roy Firestone, and of course he was talking about his new manager, Grady Little. Grady, who's by all accounts got an excellent sense of humor. His son Woo Kim, 24-year-old right-hander from Incheon, South Korea, lives in the offseason now in Seoul, South Korea. Helped the Korean junior national team 2 World Baseball Championships as a youth, and was the youngest player ever to represent Korea in the Olympic Games. He was in the 1996 Summer Olympics when he was 18. John Olerud, who struck out 3 straight times against Pedro Martinez. Loops one, and that's in front of Ricky. Now, a few years back, I think Ricky would have got that one.
That's a sign of a good hitter right there. I mean, he is having an off night against a great pitcher like Pedro, struck out 3 times, and then he turns around and gets a base hit. 1 for 4 doesn't look too bad. He fights this off the handle. Fastball up and in, and he just fights it off, but he flares it to left field and in front of Ricky for a base hit.
Now Carlos Guillen, he is 0 for 3. Going inside. With a win tonight, the Red Sox are leading 10-1. Their road record will go to 17-4, which is pretty remarkable.
Well, that tells you maybe they're not built for Fenway Park anymore.
8-5 at Fenway. And that's a foul out of play off the third base side. Now, Lou Merlone, by the way, is now at second base, replacing Ray Sanchez over there. But how about this? The Seattle Mariners road record, 14-2. The Mariners here at home, with a loss tonight, will be 12-9 at home, but 14-2 on the road. I mean, last week they went to Yankee Stadium and swept the Yankees there. The Yankees won 2 out of 3 from them here. There's Freddie Garcia, their ace right-hander. And although they're getting clobbered here tonight, 10-1 Boston, they won the first 2 games of this series, and they won the first 2 games even though Freddie Garcia didn't pitch, Jamie Moyer didn't pitch. Their top 2 pitchers, neither one pitched. One with Joel Pinheiro and with John Halama the first 2 games. Averaged 16 wins last year, and they have virtually the same record, almost the same record right now after this many games as they had last year.
Yeah, they were 1 game behind.
That's a ball out of play. 3-2 the count to Guillen. So these 2 teams will reconvene next Friday at Fenway. We'll see how the Mariners do in Boston. But these 2 clubs have had a better road record at the start of the year than any team since the 1984 Detroit Tigers. Tigers started that year, they started 17-0. It's a walk again. Well, Lou Piniella certainly has been a big part of the Mariners' success, and they did a promo here spotlighting how Lou does it.
Hey, Cam. Pull over. All right, that's good. That's good.
How do you see that one coming?
Just a hunch.
Mariners baseball, Soto Mojo.
Nice call, Lou.
It's just a hunch.
Those are unbelievable ads that they have.
Yeah, just a hunch. And Lou's not a bad actor either.
No.
Tony Cloninger goes out to the mound now. Well, the Mariner Moose is here tonight. A lot of the fans have left already, but not the Moose. He's still here. So Cloninger out to talk to Sun Woo Kim, with Olerud at second, Yi Yan at first, and Mike Cameron coming up. Cameron hit 4 homers in a game. He's only the 13th man in history to do that. He's only the 5th to do it in 4 consecutive at-bats. And there are 17 members of the 500 home run club. Now, you know how many of those guys have hit 4 homers in the same game?
Well, I know Mays did.
Yeah, Mays and Schmidt did it.
Yeah, Schmidt did it in Chicago.
And that's it. Into right center. Into the alleyway. That will go to the wall. Olerud will score. Yi Yan behind him. Streaking for third is Cameron, and he's got a stand-up triple.
If you're Mike Cameron and Kim just walks a guy, the pitching coach goes out and talks to him, so you know they're going to come with a fastball first pitch, try to get ahead of you, try to throw a strike. So he takes it and he hammers it in the right center field. And he drives in a couple of runs.
Gives Cameron 22 RBIs this year, his 3rd triple. Still nobody out. It is 10-3 Red Sox. Desi Relaford is up now. Infield back. Relaford looks at a called strike. Relaford is 0 for 3. Relaford had his best year last year with the Mets. He hit over 300. He played a lot of different positions. They traded him to the Giants in the Shinjo trade. The Giants turned around and traded him here to Seattle to get David Bell. He played third base for the Mariners last year. Mariners had to acquire Jeff Cirillo to play third base. Cirillo got hit on the right elbow with a pitch on Wednesday. She said it plagued him a little bit. Brett Boone did not start tonight's game. Boone, you know what the last time was that he got a night off? Last August on a Sunday night in Cleveland. I think it was the day of the Hall of Fame induction because you weren't there.
Right. That 14 whatever game.
Well, it was 14-2 at one point. Yeah. Seattle ahead, and then they lost the game. There's Jeff Cirillo in the dugout. 1-2 to Relaford. Nobody out. Runner at third. Tries a curveball. This Kim misses high with it. 2-2. Right after the game, Sports Center. They're standing by. But that's the last time Boone got the day off. And it was an historic occasion. The Mariners blew a 14-2 lead and lost the game to Cleveland. That's too low. 3-2. I'm not, bringing that up as history will repeat it. It just occurred to me that was actually the case, though. John Anderson and Dan Patrick standing by in the studios with Sports Center. Relaford 0 for 3, trying to get Cameron home from third. And they foul back out of play. Tomorrow night, Curt Schilling and the Arizona Diamondbacks will be in Pittsburgh on Monday Night Baseball on ESPN 2. The Pirates have been tougher on Johnson and Schilling both, maybe than any other team the last 2 years. They're the one team that beat them both. Well, not the one team, but they did beat them both in a weekend last year in Pittsburgh. And they beat Randy Johnson a week or so ago in Arizona. 3-2 the count. a run home. Red Sox are not too concerned about it at this point. Maloney throws out Rutherford as Cameron comes in to score. 3 runs are in. It is 10-4 Red Sox. Rutherford gets an RBI. Pedro Martinez, the big story of the night. 8 strong innings. Struck out McLemore early on with a changeup. Sierra blew him away with a fastball. Blew away Ichiro with a fastball. And that set the tone for the night. 12 strikeouts in 8 innings. Only 4 hits allowed. Ben Davis swinging at a changeup here from Kim. So, Joe, what your assessment of Pedro? I mean, as good as ever?
Well, I mean, I thought he threw the ball exceptionally well. And he was really smart in that he didn't throw every pitch 95 miles an hour. He threw some at 88, 90, and then when he needed it, he reached back and got a little more. And I thought that was excellent pitching.
Pedro lowered his earned run average down to 3.09. And against the Mariners, with a win, he would now be 9-0 with a 0.91 ERA against them.
Well, his earned run average raised a little bit against the Mariners, even though he only gave up the 1 run.
It was 0.89, now it's 0.91. 2 down, and Luis Ugueto will come up. And how about this? He's 5-0 in this ballpark.
Well, this is supposed to be a pitcher's ballpark, and he is definitely a pitcher.
Pedro, who was not happy with all the negative things that were surrounding the Red Sox last year. But right now, officially, he's got one in the books. He is 5-0, and he joins Dave Stewart as one of only 2 players to win their first 5 decisions in each of 3 consecutive seasons. Congratulations. The Red Sox avoid a sweep. They are now 25-9. We'll see you next Sunday in Houston. John Miller for Joe Morgan. Stay tuned. Sports Center is next. This has been a presentation of ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports.
Closed captioning for Red Sox baseball on NESN is provided by Verizon. How to get life done. The Yawkey Foundation. Dunkin' Donuts, loosen up a little, and Aflac. Without it, no insurance is complete.
Live from Fenway Park in Boston, NESN presents exclusive coverage of Boston Red Sox baseball. Tonight, the Red Sox take on the Oakland Athletics. Hi, everybody. I'm Don Orsillo, and welcome to Red Sox baseball. Game 2 of the 3-game series with the A's. The Red Sox have taken the first 4 this season against the A's. Ricky Henderson is in the leadoff spot tonight for the Red Sox again. One of the guys expected to step up in the absence of Manny Ramirez. Of course, Ricky went in the lineup for Boston this year, 11-2. And the great milestones Ricky has had: first in runs overall, walks and steals. And Ricky has 80 leadoff home runs, also first all-time in that category. Welcome in Jerry Remy as always. And Jerry, he's 43 years of age, but he's still getting it done.
And probably will play till he's about 53, the way things are going right now. And it's going to be fun. Obviously, he's going to be a first ballot Hall of Famer. But it's always fun to watch him, and still capable of disrupting a game from the top of the lineup. Last night was a good example. Ricky works pitches better than anybody around. Ran a count to 3-2. Finally got the base hit to drive in a run. Oakland throws the ball away. The Red Sox get 2 runs out of it. You know, when the Red Sox signed Ricky this past offseason, going into spring training, a lot of people say, well, what's the point? 43 years old. Well, the point is he's still very dangerous at the top of the lineup, and the Red Sox need him right now, especially with Manny Ramirez out of the lineup.
Derek Lowe returns to Fenway Park, the site of his no-hitter, and tonight he'll go up against Eric Hilius. Hilius, a losing pitcher against Boston and Oakland after 2 1/3. He gave up 6 hits and 8 runs. We're back with the starting lineups in the first pitch from Fenway after these messages. Exclusive coverage of Boston Red Sox baseball is brought to you in part by Southwest Airlines, bringing people together with low fares. by Miller Lite. Life is best told at a place called Miller Time. And by your friends at Mobile, who remind you to use Speed Pass, today's way to pay. And good evening, everybody. Welcome to Fenway Park. A cool evening at Fenway with blue skies above. We're ready for baseball. And the first pitch of this one in there for a strike to Jeremy Giambi, the left fielder for the Oakland A's. Derek Lowe returning to Fenway Park for the first time since his no-hitter here at Fenway, as that'll miss away to Giambi. After Giambi bats, we'll give you the lineups tonight for the Oakland A's. The Red Sox kind of jump-starting things here tonight, as the 1-1 is in there for the strike.
Derek Lowe stands at 5-1 with a 2.15 ERA. That's second best in the league to El Duque. El Duque at 2.13. And opponents only hitting 159 off Lowe. That's the best in the league.
There are many impressive numbers about Derek Lowe, but one jumps out at you as of late. He has not allowed a home run in his last 70 innings pitched, which is the second longest active streak in the major leagues, only behind Jeff Weaver of the Tigers, who's gone 75 2/3 innings without relinquishing a home run.
And of course, Derek coming off a win his last time out against the Athletics. 8 innings in that game, 6 hits, only the 1 earned run.
Chopped right side, right at Ray Sanchez. Stepped to his left, and there's quickly one away. Let's take a look at that visiting Oakland A's starting lineup. You just saw Giambi. Randy Velarde will bat second at second base. Eric Chavez, 28 ribbies, leading the A's. Jermaine Dye in right. Miguel Tejada at shortstop. Terrence Long in center field. Old friend Scott Hatterberg, the DH. Greg Myers in there catching tonight after Ramon Hernandez last night. And Carlos Pena at first base bats ninth. One down here in the first inning. Randy Velarde out after the first pitch. High chopped. Hillenbrand will come down with it, but no play. Leaped up in the air to get it, and an infield hit for Velarde.
Take a look at the defense tonight for the Red Sox. Shea Hillenbrand at third base. Nomar Garciaparra the shortstop. Ray Sanchez at second. And Tony Clark at first. Left to right, Ricky Henderson, Johnny Damon, and Jose Offerman getting his first start ever in right field. Jason Veritek behind the plate, and of course Derek Lowe on the mound.
1 out, 1 on. Eric Chavez, the third baseman, stands in, totaling a .252 batting average, and he'll ground one towards Sanchez. Spins to second for one. On to first, close and not in time. So Chavez able to beat it out at first. 2 outs in the inning.
Ray Sanchez has to go to his left a couple of steps. Still gets rid of the ball very quickly to Nomar. Nomar across the bag, but Velarde hustling, Chavez hustling all the way will beat the play at first base. Certainly doesn't hurt when you hit out of that left side of the batter's box.
Now Jermaine Dye, the right fielder, hitting at .263 on the year. Coming off that nasty leg fracture, still wears the protective gear just below the knee on that front left leg. Of course, he was actually carried off the field after he fractured that leg in the playoffs last year. And a nasty injury, had no spring training this season, and joined the ball club at the end of April. The 0-1 from Derek Lowe. That is fouled off. The foot of Dye. 0-2.
Well, that was very close. It looked like to the same area. Of course, Derek Lowe with that sinker ball, running it down and in on Dye. It swings right on top of it.
Oh, right there.
I think it got the pad, didn't it?
Right there. Wow.
That'll bring back some bad memories.
Whew. Everything's been on the ground so far tonight off Derek Lowe. The 0-2. This is inside, 1-2. The A's are 2-9 over the last 11 games and 12-18 since they started the year at 6-2 under Art Howe. The A's are 18-20 overall and 8 games back of the Mariners. Already some room between the two, but you might remember last year around this time when the Oakland A's came to Fenway, they were a struggling bunch, and that was with Giambi and some of the other A's that they have lost, and they caught fire. Arguably the best team in the second half of last season. and found their way into the playoffs last year. Art Howe has signed an extension to his contract, added another year onto it through next year. But he's in a tough division. Seattle on top. Anaheim, they played great baseball out there in the West as of late. Won 6 in a row. 2-2 to die. There goes Chavez. Throw down is going to be in time. They got him. Sanchez covers, caught stealing 2-4, and the A's are gone to the top of the first. They get nothing. Red Sox coming up from Fenway. Do not score in the top of the first inning. Red Sox coming to the plate in the last of the first. Ricky Henderson at the top of that Boston order. Johnny Damon bat second in center field. Nomar Garcia-Parra at shortstop. Brian Daubach commanding .321 average this month. Jay Hillenbrand at third base. Offerman making his debut in right field. Tony Clark at first base. Jason Varitek does the catching, batting eighth. And Ray Sanchez rounds out the Boston 9 at second base.
The defense for the Athletics, they'll have Eric Chavez at third base. Miguel Tejada, the shortstop. Randy Velarde at second and Carlos Pena at first. Left to right, Jeremy Giambi, Terrence Long, and Jermaine Dye. Greg Myers gets to start behind the plate. And on the mound, Eric Hillius. 3-2 with a 6.19 ERA. A lot of strikeouts, 25 strikeouts in 32 innings. Red Sox roughed him up in his last outing out at the Coliseum. Only lasted 2 1/3 innings, allowing 6 hits and 8 earned runs. That was the shortest outing of his major league career. Jason Varitek had a 3-run home run off Hillius in that ball game.
Well, he hopes to fare better here tonight at Fenway Park. Ricky Henderson, who had a terrific game last night, leading off the game last night and playing in left field, had 2 hits and 2 runs batted in. Ricky was 2 for 5 with 2 RBIs. And the first one misses for a ball. His 2 singles yesterday tied him with Roberto Clemente for 26th place all-time on the all-time list. He needs 2 more singles to tie Eddie Murray for a 25th spot, and on and on and on it goes for milestones for Ricky Henderson throughout the year. I'm sure we will mention many. Two and one now to Ricky. Rick Hillius, formerly of the Mets organization, saw time in the big leagues with the Tigers. On the ground off the end of the bat to Tejada. He's got a great arm. He throws out Henderson for the first out in the first inning.
Let's take a look at tonight's game notes, brought to you by Sullivan Tire and Auto Service. Derek Lowe, May 9th at the Athletics. 8 innings, 21 ground ball outs in that game. The A's 224 road average is 13th in the American League. And the Red Sox 29 straight games with a double. The longest streak for the Red Sox since back in 1991. I didn't realize that. 29 straight with a double. But now I know.
Johnny Damon.
So if they get one tonight, that'll be 30 straight.
It's amazing. It's a pretty good stretch. Damon chops it back. Hillius off the backside of the mound, recovers, flips high, and that'll end up in the Boston dugout. Hillius made a pretty good play to get it as he had to go back up over the top of the mound, but the toss up and over, skied over Carlos Pena, and Johnny Damon will get to second base with 1 down.
An ill-advised underhand flip to first base. It looked like he had plenty of time to plant himself and make the overhand throw. Makes a nice play going back down the mound, but then decides to make that underhand flip, and it was like slow pitch softball right up over the head of Pena. And that'll be a 2-base error on the pitcher Hillius.
Here's Nomar. Checks in at .314, 4 homers and 30 runs batted in for Garcia-Parra. Nomar was 1 for 3 with a double yesterday. He has 12 RBIs in the last 11 games. It's out of the way of that pitch. 1-0.
A's the 3rd best defensive team in the league, but they were a little bit sloppy in the game last night, and a poor play there by Eric Hillius to allow Johnny Damon to go to second base.
Lewis certainly, after his early exit last time, wants to have a successful first inning just to get off on the right foot. You mentioned last time out against the Red Sox, the shortest outing of his entire career. And was roughed up by the Red Sox, just 2 1/3 innings to the tune of 8 earned runs. Omar out after the 2-0, pops it up right side of the Oakland infield. Randy Velarde ducks back, makes the catch. The wind may be somewhat of a factor here tonight. It is gusting pretty good at Fenway.
Blowing from left to right tonight here at Fenway Park. Not quite as hard as earlier in the day, but still, as you can see by that flag above home plate, pretty good gust. I'd say about what, 25 miles an hour, 20 to 25, somewhere in that range.
Yeah, I'd agree with you. 2 down for Brian Daubach in the number 4 spot for the second consecutive night. Daubach at .319. 5 homers and 13 runs driven in so far for Brian. Ilias from the stretch moves the strike into Daubach. Daubach and Eric Ilias, teammates coming up through the Mets system. Played on the same team last in '95. They're both in Double-A.
Did everybody come through the Mets system?
Pretty much everybody we faced as of late, yeah. Jeff Tam out on the bullpen for Oakland. Fouled off the left side. And it's now 0-2 to Daubach. Let's see. Ilias was a 4th round pick of the Mets. So a non-first round pick of the Mets, if that means anything to you. Seen a lot of them come through here as of late. 4th round pick back in 1991. Never pitched in the majors for the Mets. Did for the Tigers for parts of 2 years, and now in his 2nd season with the Oakland A's. The 0-2. Daubach takes it. 1-2 the count. Ilias out of the Oakland bullpen and in the rotation last year, combined to go 5-0 for the Oakland A's. Did not lose a game. Johnny Damon at second, 2 down. 1-2, hit a ton to right field. Dye looking up and watching that ball go into the bullpen. A 2-run home run for Brian Daubach, his 6th home run of the year, and the Red Sox out to the 2-0 lead.
Looking for somebody to hit cleanup. But right now, you found your guy. Daubach, low fastball, line drive into that bullpen for the Athletics. Well, those RBI opportunities are certainly going to be there for Brian. 15 now in the season. Picks up home run number 6, as you mentioned, Don.
Now Shea Hillenbrand. Shea batting 5th tonight for the Red Sox at .321 on the year. 7 homers, 29 runs driven in. Hillenbrand was 1 for 4 here last night, riding an 8-game hitting streak. During that time, hitting at .364. So the Red Sox getting to Ilias here so far for 2 runs in the bottom of the 1st inning. This is hit a ton to left field. Giambi back looking up. That is gone. Solo home run for Shea Hillenbrand. Here's 8. And the Red Sox put a 3 spot on the board in the bottom of the 1st inning.
This is a good example when you give major league teams extra outs, and especially where the Red Sox offense is going, they're going to make you pay. Daubach with a 2-run home run. Hillenbrand with a line shot into the screen. 9-game hitting streak now for Hillenbrand, his 8th home run of the season.
That is the first time this season the Red Sox have gone back-to-back in terms of home runs. Jose Offerman making his debut in right field tonight for the Red Sox defensively. You have to go back to September 4th of '96 when he was a member of the Royals to even find him in the outfield. And a start for Kansas City in center field, and that was only one time. He was scheduled to make a start for the Red Sox in Kansas City earlier this year in the outfield, but that was rained out. And tonight, Jose in right field for Boston. He was trying to finish off the inning here, as with 2 outs, the Red Sox have gone back-to-back with home runs. A little pop-up to Tejada for the final out of the first inning. Red Sox scored 3 times. Daubach, Hillenbrand both go deep. 3-0 Boston.
Of the first, let's take a look at the home run leaders around baseball, brought to you by New England Ford dealers. A-Rod with 12, Eric Chavez with 11, Carlos Delgado 11, Tommy Batista tied at 10. In the National League, Sosa now with 15, Berkman 14, Bonds and Floyd with 13 each, and Andrew Jones of Atlanta has 12.
Jermaine Dye to lead it off. He was at the plate when Eric Chavez was thrown out trying to steal second base. Dye, Tejada, and Terrence Long featured here in the second inning. 0-1 chop foul back to the backstop. Well, Derek Lowe returns here to the site of his no-hitter. First time he's pitched at Fenway Park since the no-hitter. And few trivia buffs, of course, remembering Dave Moorhead's no-hitter back in 1965. The Red Sox beat Cleveland. And the pitcher in which they beat that day, of course, eventually became one of the Red Sox great fan favorites over the years and is broadcasting tonight at the ballpark at Fenway, of course, for Spanish radio. The 1-2. He struck him out. First strikeout for Derek Lowe opens up the second inning.
That last outing against the Athletics, Derek only had 1 strikeout in that game in the 8 innings. We mentioned all the ground ball outs. Again, that nasty sinker down and in on Jermaine Dye. Strikeout high 9 against the Yankees back on April 15th.
1 down. It brings up Miguel Tejada. 285, 6 homers and 22 runs batted in. And just to finish that trivia question, the answer is Louis Tiant, who lost in the no-hitter to Dave Moorhead back in 1965.
El Tiante doing the Spanish broadcast of the game tonight. Here's Louis. Louis very happy to be back in the Red Sox organization. I bet he keeps him loose over there, too.
I bet he does. Back-to-back Ks for Derek Lowe. Miguel Tejada's down. What was he like to play with? I know he probably kept you guys loose.
Louis was great. He was one of the funniest guys I've ever been around in a game of baseball. Didn't matter whether you were on a 10-game winning streak, losing streak. He was always the same. Took the pressure off everybody. Never blamed the fielder for making a mistake. Always took responsibility, and he didn't make many of them.
Had the chance to sit down with him in spring training at great length, and we talked about his relationship with Carlton Fisk as Tarek Long takes a pitch outside, and that was a lot of fun. I mean, it seemed as if those two went back and forth at each other.
The only thing I'm disappointed, it's not that cold, really. Louis should have that window open.
It's not showing you much there, is he? Chopped out towards shortstop. Garcia Parr on the backhand. And the final out of the second. It's a 1-2-3 second inning. They played an inning and a half from Fenway. 3-0 Boston. Coverage of Boston Red Sox baseball is brought to you in part by Citizens Bank, not your typical bank. By New England Ford. Ford is leading the way with the best-selling cars and trucks. Log on to newenglandford.com for details. And by Rocky Mountain Cold Coors Light. Cold down easy. On to the last of the second inning. Bottom third of the Boston order featured in the inning. Tony Clark, Jason Varitek, and Ray Sanchez to bat in the inning. Only getting his batting average up to 200 with his production here last night. Tony was 1 for 2 with a run batted in, walked twice in last night's game, and now very quietly is hit safely in 6 of his last 7 games. Really just trying to settle down into his outing tonight after giving up back-to-back home runs in the first. Was charged with an error that he committed. And Clark ahead 3-1. Tony walked twice last night. His first at bat tonight takes the walk. There's the first base on ball surrendered by Eric Hillius.
This seems like over the last couple of nights, Tony Clark seeing the ball better at home plate. Had some pretty good swings in that game last night.
The catcher, Jason Varitek.
It's going to make him feel better because it has really been a very big struggle for him, and well documented. Wanted to get off to a very good start here in Boston, and things started to snowball for Tony. Jason Varitek gets out of the way of that pitch. Myers sprawling to his right to recover that pitch. Lou Piniella was talking about Tony Clark when we were out in Seattle talking about the Red Sox, and he mentioned that when Tony gets going, you can't imagine how potent the Red Sox offense will be. I mean, they've done it all without someone that he regards as a very, very good hitter. And therefore the strike, and it's 1-1. And really, he'll be the first to tell you, has really not participated much in the Red Sox offense so far in the season. It's certainly showing signs of life, and the Red Sox looking to him among others, as Grady Little does, to pick up the slack in the absence of Manny Ramirez. Off the end of the bat, foul left side, 1-2.
This Manny's going to be back home in Miami for the remainder of the week. Probably return to Boston Monday or Tuesday of next week and start a conditioning program. They miss Manny out there in left field.
Fouled off again, off to the left side, still 1-2. Yeah, but then apparently going to see his doctor down there after they take the splint off. He's wearing the splint currently. And then we'll come back to Boston and be looked at. And they'll want to give him some time off, and then he'll come back and begin to do some conditioning. And good news from Trot Nixon. Apparently he's feeling better today. Still dealing with the stomach virus. Did he go? They will appeal, and no is the answer. Marvin Hudson, the third base umpire. 2-2 now to Varitek. And it is early, but Dustin Hermanson threw off the mound yesterday, and by all accounts, things went very well. He will throw a simulated game here early next week, and then head to Fort Myers to begin his rehab. In the dirt and a full count now to Varitek.
Everything right over the top from Hillius. The fastball, curveball, and changeup.
Ray Sanchez waits on deck. Nobody out. Last of the second inning. And Varitek backs out. 29-year-old right-hander from the stretch. Popped up. Foul off third. Myers and Chavez. It'll be the third baseman, Chavez. One down here in the bottom of the second inning.
Batting ninth, number 13, the second baseman, Ray Sanchez.
Well, one down, and that takes us to Ray Sanchez, who last night had his hitting streak snapped
It halted at 14 games. During those 14 games, he hit at .451. 8 runs batted in, but he's 0 for 2 showing last night. Ended that streak. He did walk on 2 occasions.
That's a hitting streak, you know.
Yeah.
451. That's a hitting streak. Sometimes you hit in 15, 16 games at like a 270 clip. That doesn't get it done.
And his batting average here at Fenway at .381, 4th in the American League in that category. And squibs that foul, 0-2. And if you look for surprises in terms of productivity from the offensive side of things, I would have to say he's pretty much at the top of the list in that category. You knew about his defense. I'm not so sure you expected as much offensively that he has produced so far this year. One and 2 now to Sanchez.
I would certainly go along with you, Don. Probably the biggest surprise, and also Shea Hillenbrand.
Shea's homer tonight, part of the 3-0 Boston advantage. What has surprised you most about the way he has hit this year? Is it his patience, perhaps?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, he's much more patient hitter. He's getting a good hit as counts, driving the ball more, much more compact swing than a year ago, better balance. Looks like a totally different guy.
A little looper out towards left center field, and that will fall in no man's land. Clark had to wait. He moves up 90 feet to second. A triangle created by Tejada, Giambi, and Long, and it falls in between. And Sanchez will start a new hitting streak here tonight.
By making contact on 2 strikes, trying to stay away from the strikeout, and just bloops it in between 3 players for the base hit. I probably would have taken that last night, huh, to extend that streak?
Certainly would have. Now back up to the top of the order, Ricky Henderson bounced to shortstop his first time. Red Sox have 2 on, 1 away as they continue to get production from the bottom part of the Boston order. Clark walked to begin the inning. Veritek fouled out. Ray Sanchez has singled. So 2 on, 1 away. And Ricky getting his second at bat of the night. Thought about it. Did he offer? No. Very close. And Lance Barksdale said he did not. 2-0. Ricky has discarded the hood gear that he had on last night. He had the big hood up over his head. Even wore it with the helmet on last night. He was talking about not enjoying playing in this cold weather before the game. Ricky disagrees with that. He doesn't often agree with strikes.
Ricky jumping back, but it looked like the ball had the inside corner. When you draw as many walks as he has, there's a lot of chit-chat that goes on between himself and the umpires.
In the air to right field, Jermaine Dye will head back. Still going. Dye will have that get up over his head and 1 hop into the seats. A ground roll double. That will play 1 run as Tony Clark will come around, and the Red Sox lead it 4-0, and Ricky continues to produce.
Ricky showing some opposite field power. Dye playing pretty shallow out there in right field. We mentioned last night how they're shading him in that direction, but this clearly over the head of Jermaine Dye, and 1 hop into the stands for the ground rule double.
Well, a 506th career double, tying Babe Ruth for 32nd on the all-time list for Ricky. And the first one to Johnny Damon. Damon reached on the 2-base error committed by Eric Hillius.
Jermaine Dye was playing shallow on Daubach's ball as well. I'm surprised, especially with the way he's running, that he's playing that shallow.
Not surprised so much with Ricky at the plate. Did watch him go back on that. It did look like he was still scuffling a little bit, limping as he went back to make the play on that.
Just watching him run the bases, he has done it sort of gingerly. Of course, you can't blame him after the fracture of the leg. It does not appear that he's 100% in regards to running.
This guy's an excellent outfielder, too.
Well, Johnny Damon is retired this time. Ricky Henderson at second, Ray Sanchez at third, and Nomar will now bat with 2 down. Garcia Parra popped out to the second baseman, Randy Velarde, in the first inning. Out after that pitch, 0-1. Nomar tied for 5th in the American League in runs batted in with 30 on the year. And it evens up at 1-1 to Nomar. Sox with a major league best, 26-9 heading into tonight's action. This is fouled up in our general direction and caught. How about that? That's good snag.
Take a bow.
Nice. Thank you. I didn't think that was going to get all the way up here.
Watch this. Nice play.
Wow. You weren't bailing out either.
He wasn't even close to me.
It's outside.
Now what are you going to do with the baseball?
Probably give it to our friend up here who's with us tonight.
That's right.
That is terrific. There it is. Now that is a rubbed up baseball. A 2-2. Did he go? No, says Lance Barksdale. Now full count. This is that Mississippi mud they talk about that they rub these baseballs up with?
I guess. That one's kind of nasty, though, isn't it?
Yeah, it's in rough shape. This is an actual payoff pitch. Popped up foul. This
dive out there.
It's replayable. And caught very nicely by Greg Myers over by the cutoff area where the seats jet out. And that'll do it in the inning. The Red Sox add a run to their total. We are through 2 from Fenway, 4-0 Boston.
Will Sox fans keep the Fenway experience going a little longer in 2002? The Diamond at Fenway, located right behind Grandstand Section 30, will now serve as Fenway's own sports bar from the 7th inning until 2 hours after the game. So come see live post-game shows and interviews, or just watch a late game on one of the 14 TVs.
On to the top of the 3rd inning, 4-0 Red Sox on top. Boston scoring 3 times in the first, adding a run in the last of the second. And old friend Scott Hatteberg to lead it off in the DH spot tonight. 276, 4 homers, 13 runs batted in. The beach ball has come on the field down in the right field corner.
That'll be Jose's first play down in right field tonight. Sending that beach ball back in the stands. He was out there working early this afternoon. Tommy Harper hitting him balls out in right field.
This is not an easy right field, certainly, to make your debut in. And then the wind was howling in that direction during BP. Now the flag is pretty much still out there in left center field, but it was moving out there pretty good. Derek Lowe has given up 1 hit. The infield hit to Randy Velarde in the first inning. That's been it. Chopped right side. Clark will extend over. He'll need Derek Lowe there in plenty of time.
And Scott Hatterberg is the first out of the third inning. Once again, a lot of ground ball outs in the early going here for Derek Lowe. Always a good sign.
Batting eighth, number 28, the catcher, Greg Myers.
Well, Greg Myers, who did not catch last night. Ramon Hernandez was in there for the Oakland A's and had a very good game last night, especially from a defensive standpoint. Two plays come to mind. The play that he made at the plate on Johnny Damon, and then the perfect throw to third to throw out Jose Offerman, who was trying to steal at third base. Myers offers unintentionally. It's 1-1. Myers had a very good April, hitting at .417 as he grounds this through the left side into left field. Oakland's second hit of the night. Myers aboard with one down here in the third inning.
Looked like a curveball that time from Derek Lowe. Myers just slapping it to the opposite field for the base hit.
The first baseman.
I believe that's the first time Myers has faced Derek Lowe.
Myers had been 0 for 9 in May. You mentioned that he hit .417 in April. He was 0 for 9 in May until that base hit through the left side. Northeastern's Carlos Pena batting ninth tonight for Oakland again, and he swings at the first pitch. Hillenbrand will try to initiate the inning-ending double play, but Pena gets down the line well and is able to beat it out at first. They do dispose of the lead man in Greg Myers for the inning's second out, and Pena will be at first.
Sometimes it takes a while for that second baseman. He's playing a little bit to pull with the left-hander up. You see Hillenbrand being very deliberate with the throw, and a little bit late at first base to get the double play.
The left fielder, Jeremy Giambi.
Jeremy Giambi grounded out to second base his first time. He'll miss away. Interesting to see how Jeremy Giambi feels about playing without his brother. I'm sure he may like it in terms of having that shadow kind of going somewhere else, and he has been able to play here by himself this year. Started off very well. Of course, he played in Kansas City by himself as well. Had to be interesting for him when Jason came back into town into Oakland, and they sold out the place really to boo his brother when they came back with the Yankees in that first series in Oakland. But Oakland's clubhouse definitely a loose place to be. You often hear it compared to a fraternity type situation. A lot of younger players. They've had very good success over the last few years, getting to the postseason under Art Howe. Foul down the left field line, back and out of play. Two outs in the visiting half of the third. Boston on top 4-0. Pena at first. And the payoff pitch is fouled off.
Tampa Bay with a quick lead on the Yankees. 6-0 in the second inning. It's against El Duque too, right?
Yeah. El Duque scheduled to go as this is fouled off. Giambi will hobble around a little bit. Got a big piece of him.
As I mentioned, the top two guys in ERA going tonight. El Duque for the Yankees, 2.13, and then Derek Lowe, 2.15. Right now, Lowe's wearing out this lineup, but Jermaine Dye got one off the shin, a foul ball, and now Giambi. Happens a lot with sinker ball pitches, especially if there's a good sink to it. You hit right on top of it, and Foul it right off your knee, your ankle, your shin, your foot. Oh, I don't know if the instep looked like. Hey, while we got a little break, we got a guest up in the booth tonight, DJ, who is seeing his first Red Sox game tonight. And asked him who his favorite player was, and his favorite player is Lou Maloney. And Lou was nice enough to sign a bat for him, sign a baseball for him, so he's having a heck of a time, right?
From Sturbridge, correct?
Yeah. Matter of fact, Lou's sister was his teacher in school.
We're having a grand time here tonight. The 3-2 is ball 4. Veritek held it, but there's the first walk of the night given up by Derek Lowe. So the inning will continue with 2 down here in the top of the 3rd.
Number 8, the second baseman, Randy Velarde.
Here's Randy Velarde. He reached on an infield hit in the first inning, one of 2 hits given up by Derek Lowe. Red Sox going back-to-back with home runs in the bottom of the first inning. Ryan Daubach with a 2-run shot, then Shea Hillenbrand followed with a solo shot. Daubach was to right, Hillenbrand's to left. This is foul down the line. Look out.
Yeah, that's a tough play down there. Just a rocket. Look at that hustle. As soon as the ball got by, hustling right out to try to get it. Not intimidated at all by the hard line drive.
In there for the strike to Velarde. 1-2 the count. Randy Velarde 1 for 5 last night. Sits safely now in 6 of 8 games that he has returned from the DL. A 1-2. Thought about it. Did he offer? No, says Lance Barksdale. He's been very busy down there in appeals. 2-2.
And so far, all appeals have gone the way of the batter.
Carlos Pena stands at second base. Jeremy Giambi at first. 2 outs. And Lowe ready now with the 2-2. Hits him. And that will load the bases. So down to first to go Velarde. And after 2 outs here, the Oakland A's now have the bases loaded.
Well, at this rate, they're all going to be bruised up before this is over. Jermaine Dye taking a foul ball. Giambi taking a foul ball. Now Velarde being hit by the fastball. Looked like right on the thigh. And a painful experience for some of these Oakland hitters in the early part of this game.
Here's a look at Jermaine Dye, who will be on deck. Eric Chavez rounded into a fielder's choice in the first inning, and then was caught trying to steal second base. Bases loaded for the A's. They're trying to grab some runs here, dealing with a 4-run deficit in the top of the 3rd inning. Chavez, a .379 hitter with the bases loaded. Gold Glove winner a year ago for the Oakland A's at third base. And you might remember, if you stayed up late with us out in Oakland, he made his debut in the outfield. David Justice was injured in the game out there, and Eric Chavez moved to the outfield, Gold Glove third baseman. The bases loaded.
Saw the 4 grand slams career-wise for Chavez. One of those against the Red Sox against Brian Rose.
Looking all the way, and he takes a strike. 3-1 now to Chavez. Had a very good night last night. 3 for 4 in the game. Over the last 7 games, he's really picked it up. He's hitting a .384 over the last 7 games. Went through a tough stretch prior to that as he fouls this off, and it's now a full count. When the Red Sox visited Oakland, he was in the midst of an 0 for 23 slump. He was able to break out of that against the Red Sox. This is loaded here in the 3rd. And the payoff pitch. Chavez grounds it to first, and Clark will gobble it up and take it alone. Derek Lowe gets out of the inning unscathed as the Oakland A's leave the bases loaded. We're through 2.5, 4-0 Boston. Boston's exclusive coverage of Boston Red Sox baseball is brought to you in part by Aflac. Ask about it at work. By Pepsi, the joy of Pepsi. And by Applebee's. Applebee's Neighborhood Grill and Bar. Eating good in the neighborhood Applebee's. Ready for the last of the 3rd at Fenway Park. Red Sox on top 4-0. Scoring in each of the first 2 innings tonight. Ryan Daubach, a very big part of that scoring, a 2-run home run in the 1st inning, and he will lead things off as we head to the last of the 3rd. Achilles went just 2 1/3 against the Red Sox in Oakland. He's trying to go deeper into tonight's game than he did last time. So far, things have not gone particularly well. And Daubach over the last 17 games at .375, and tonight collected his 6th home run of the year. Was last year hitting a career high 22 home runs. Oakland now 2nd in the league in terms of home runs. And leading the league when the Red Sox were in Oakland. They have dropped down to that category.
The Yankees have taken off. 56 home runs for the Yankees coming into today's action.
And the Oakland A's have 52 as a club. He is ready with the 2-1. That's in there for the strike, and it's now 2-2. Daubach and Hillenbrand each homering tonight for the Red Sox, and the Red Sox now with 44 home runs on the season. There's Shea waiting on deck. Daubach and Hillenbrand went back-to-back in the 1st. And now a full count to Daubach. Final game of the series tomorrow night here at Fenway. Barry Zito against Frank Castillo in the conclusion of this series. Daubach pops it up right side of the Oakland infield. Randy Velarde extending to the outfield. And the first out in the bottom of the 3rd inning.
Nice clear skies tonight at Fenway, and right now the twilight, which is very difficult on those pop-ups.
Number 29, the
See
3rd
Velarde there telling everybody to point out the baseball, which I never quite understood anyway, because if you can't see it, how are you going to find it in the twilight? Once you lose it, very seldom do you find it again. But you'll see infielders, especially this time of night, ball goes up in the air to the outfield, they'll point to it, try to help the outfielders out in any way they can.
Shea Hillenbrand now with a 9-game hitting streak as a result of his hit in the 1st inning. It was a big one. Home run that landed in the screen in left. Shea's 8th home run of the year. I mentioned the Yankees were down early. They get down 6-0. It's now 8-0 in the bottom of the 2nd inning in New York. El Duque scheduled to pitch there for the Yankees, and doesn't look like things are going very well. Things are going very well here. Red Sox on top 4-0. And heading into tonight's action with a 3-game lead over the Yankees in the AL East. Big cut from Shea. Now 2-1. Center field. Terrence Long coming on now. Will make the catch late to break. And they got a read on it. And Hillenbrand is the second out of the 3rd inning.
This again looked like Terrence Long might have had a little problem there with the ball off the bat. Who we got in extra innings after the game? Who is the special guest tonight?
John Burkett, last night's winner, now 4-0 on the year. Two down here in the 3rd inning. 4 in a row retired by Eric Hilius. And it brings up Jose Offerman, who has been productive over the last 9 games at .343 and really the entire season. Coming in hitting at .312 tonight. Oakland, who spent the beginning portion of their season playing within their own division in the West against Seattle and Anaheim, now they're in the midst of a stretch in which they play 30 of 36 games against the AL East. Chopped right side towards Pena. Pena will flip to Hilius, and that'll do it. First 1-2-3 inning of the night for Eric Hilius. We've played 3 from Fenway. 4-0 Boston.
The 3 at Fenway. The 2002 Red Sox Media Guide is now available. You'll find over 500 pages filled with facts and stats on the current team, records, and historical data, complete information on the Red Sox minor league system and players, and much more. To receive your copy, send a check or money order for $16. The Red Sox Media Guide, 4 Yorkie Way, Boston, Mass. 02215. What is that? Cotton in Florida? Oh no, elementary.
Elementary.
Elementary school. I thought it said Florida.
That's so too at first look. Jermaine Dye leads it off. A strikeout victim in the 2nd inning. One of 2 strikeouts for Derek Lowe tonight. In for the strike, and Dye is down 0-2. Dye was 0 for 4 last night in the first game of the series. 0 for 1 tonight, and that'll miss down low. 1-2. I mentioned that there was no spring training for Jermaine Dye this year with the injury. He did make some rehab starts in AAA Sacramento, and he's a strikeout victim for the 2nd time tonight. 3rd K for Derek Lowe. Time now for the Aflac trivia question. What Red Sox second baseman has the highest single season batting average since 1981? And the answer for you in the next half inning. Miguel Tejada struck out his first time. Part of back-to-back Ks for Derek Lowe in the 2nd inning. Broken bat grounder at Tony Clark, who will handle it alone to retire Tejada. And there's quickly 2 outs in the 4th inning.
Number 12, the center fielder, Terrence Long.
New manager of the Kansas City Royals, Tony Pena. There's some I thought maybe that Buck Showalter may be a guy who would end up with a Kansas City managerial position, but Tony Pena.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a surprise. I thought when we were hearing that Buck Showalter was going to get that job. Pena, of course, the bench coach for Jimmy Williams down in Houston.
On the ground off the bat of Long. Hillenbrand behind it. The throw is there, and Oakland's gone 1, 2, 3 in the 4th inning. 3.5 complete from Fenway. 4-0 Red Sox. Fenway's the Red Sox out to the early lead on top 4-0, and that's thanks to a 3-run bottom of the 1st inning and back-to-back home runs for the Red Sox. Brian Daubach with a 2-run shot into the bullpen in right field as Jermaine Dye watched it leave, and for the first time in 2002 the Red Sox go back-to-back. Jay Hillenbrand strokes his 8th home run of the year. And the Red Sox out to the 4-0 lead. Ricky Henderson chipped in with an RBI double in the 2nd inning. Hillius giving up 4 runs over the first 3 innings. Derek Lowe 4 shutout innings so far, and the Oakland A's left the bases loaded in the 3rd inning. On to the last of the 4th, bottom 3rd of the Red Sox order. And Tony Clark waving at the first one. Tony walked his first time up in the 2nd inning. In the air to shallow left field. Jeremy Giambi moving in. And he'll make the catch for the first out. That's now 6 in a row retired by Eric Hillius. We have the answer to our Aflac trivia question. What Red Sox second baseman has the highest single season batting average since 1981? And the answer is none other than Jerry Remy. Did you know that, Jerry Remy?
No, I didn't know that. I think 81 was a strike shortened season, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, so there should be an asterisk next to this? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I think we had 6 weeks off in the middle of the season because of the strike. And, you know, what are you going to do?
Yeah, I told you still qualified. You had the number.
Play a few more games, you're below 300. No, I thought that would have been Jose Offerman or something.
Let's see. 84, Marty Barrett hit 303, 136 games. Yeah, yours was in 87 games. 307. Dave Stapleton in 1980 hit 321 in 94 games. Jeff Fry 312 in 97, and John Valentin hit a 306. Other second baseman for the Red Sox, 1997.
Didn't he get some bad news today, John Valentin? Torn rotator cuff?
Yeah, he's going on the DL apparently for the Mets. I don't know how he did it. I didn't see the video. I just saw the scroll. We're talking about Jermaine Dye not running apparently well. Valentin doesn't look like he's been running very well either, or completely back to where he was at one time. Eric Hillius has now retired 6 Red Sox in a row, 1 out in the 4th. And the 2-2 to Varitek. Slice foul off the left side. Seems like Jason has fouled off a lot of Eric Hillius pitches tonight. Here's pitch number 71. And he strikes out Varitek. He went upstairs to strike out Jason Varitek, and that's the first K of the night for Eric Hillius.
Yeah, Hillius has had some pretty big strikeout games this year. He had the 9 against the Yankees a couple of starts ago. Fastball up and out of the strike zone. Varitek cannot stay off it. Very seldom do you make contact on that kind of a pitch. It was about neck high.
And the number 9 hitter, Ray Sanchez, number 9 hitter in name only. Sanchez hitting at .333 coming into tonight's game. Just had a 14-game hitting streak snapped here last night, and singled in his first at bat tonight to bring that average up to .339. So he bats 9th, but I don't think that qualifies him as the number 9 hitter. And there for the strike. 0-2 the count. I guess it probably does. I mean, you're batting 9th. You are technically the number 9 hitter, but he's not your everyday number 9 hitter is what I'm getting at. You're not helping. The 0-2 is foul.
Let me try to help you out of this mess that you've got yourself into. What you're trying to say is with the numbers he's put up this year, you would expect that from maybe somewhere else in the lineup, not your typical number 9 hitter. But he has been the 9 hitter.
You're right.
For the Red Sox.
On both counts, yeah. That's what I'm trying to say. Grounded towards Tejada. And plenty of time to get Sanchez. It's another 1-2-3 inning for Helios, who's now sent down 8 Red Sox in a row. We're through 4. Red Sox on top 4-0. Coverage of Boston Red Sox baseball is brought to you in part by Miller Lite. Life is best told at a place called Miller Time. And by Dodge. You can take life as it comes, or you can grab life by the horns. Dodge.
The year to be here, that's kind of the buzzword around here, isn't it?
Certainly is. And so far it really has been the year to be here. As the Red Sox make a bid for their 27th victory of the year. And here we are on May 15th, and the Red Sox have not yet lost 10 games. Leadoff hitter is Scott Hatteberg with a count of 1-1. Hatteberg grounded out to first base his first time. It's at this time to the second baseman. One away.